Hello again everybody and welcome back to the channel. I hope you guys have had a good weekend just gone as well. Welcome to all of potential new viewers as well. And as always, a very warm welcome back to our bronze, silver and gold frequent flyers and regular viewers. We're at the MSFS Simulations Dalaman International Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's really nice. There's a great interior, it's good on performance as well, which makes a difference. Never too much bothered about interior myself. As long as it looks good and performs well, I'm quite happy, but from the outside looking in, you can actually sort of see it off in the distance. So it's a really nice bit of scenery here, and if I punch out through the window, got a couple of folk down there in the Terminal 2, or the International Terminal, and I've plonked myself down over here in the Domestics area. For the sheer purpose of it being a heavy gate. So we're in the Boeing 787-10 today, the Dreamliner, with the Heavy Division mod and Thompson, or TUI colours I should say. A livery that you can download on flightsim.to, although do note that the reg number is of course slightly incorrect, but we'll overlook that for the purpose of today. And we're heading from Dalaman all the way back to London Gatwick, and we're going to be checking out the new Origami Studios London Gatwick Airport that you guys can get hold of in today's giveaway. Anthony, hello to you. Jay, hello. Worldwide Pilot 101, what's up? Rian, hello to you. And Worldwide Pilot, wow, first day of 7th grade, nice one. Dan, one of our channel members, hello, hope you're okay. And got you over there in the Osprey colours off in the distance. There we go, our channel livery, soon to be updated to Osprey Airlines. Nor hello to you as well. We've got a ground controller online today, and we've also got a new update to the toolbar pushback mod. So all of this now is more controllable, and you can select, for example, jetway or stairs, and they'll stay in place until you then click it to turn it off, which is a really neat feature. Things like baggage and things, you can just leave them running for pretty much most of the day. Terms and conditions for today's giveaway is free to enter, and of course by entering you agree to the YouTube community guidelines and terms of service, and of course I've got to remind you guys that YouTube is not endorsing this giveaway in any way, shape or form. And the terms and conditions themselves are available on a Google Drive link inside the description for today's live stream. David, good afternoon to you, I hope you're okay. It's actually really nice scenery. We're expecting runway 19 today. It does look pretty good. Nice long runway for us as well, but I've ramped the weight right up, so I've gone flaps 10 for departure. This is part of the scenery off in the distance over there as well, a load of houses off on the bank. It's nice for the general feel of it being alive. What do you guys think of this? MSFS Simulations Dalaman. It is quite nice, just giving you guys a little look. 4 hours flight time today, roughly, or 3 hours 40 for today's flight to London Gatwick. And as I said earlier, we're in the latest version of the Heavy Division 787 freeware improvement mod, Microsoft Flight Simulator. All of our pre-flight stuff is complete. V1 of 135, 147 for rotate, and V2 156. We're going to be flying a KEKIK 1 Charlie departure using runway 19 today, and I can show you guys that in the charts. Navigraph. So using Navigraph, of course, charts are intended for flight sim use only. We're going to depart runway heading out of Dalaman. We're going to tune that NDB of 346 as well, but it's an RNAV departure, so at or above 1,250 feet we should be at BS 104, and then we're commencing a right turn, a max speed of 250 knots up towards BS 105, breaking off at BS 106 up on the KEKIK departure to Tuspo and then KEKIK, climbing up as we go with a transition altitude of 12,000 feet. We've got the latest version of the Luke Air tool today as well, which is really nice. And let's see, let's get rid of external power. APU gens are on, that's all ready to go. Just making sure everything is as I hope. Certainly looks okay. A QNH of 1006. Let's get our clearance. We filed our flight plan as well, and the information is alpha. So, Dalaman ground. Good afternoon. Tomjet 409 Heavy, Boeing 787-10 on stand 24 with information alpha on board. Request RFR clearance to Gatwick.
Tomjet 409, hello sir, Dalaman ground. You clear your destination Gatwick via KEKIK 1 charge departure, runway 19er and squawk 2332.
Cleared to Gatwick on a KEKIK 1 Charlie departure, runway 19er, squawk 2333, Tomjet 409.
At Tomjet 409, sir, confirm squawk 2332 please.
Is that 2332 for Tomjet 409er?
Tomjet 409, readback is fully correct, call me when you're ready to push, sir.
Okay. 2332. I thought I misheard that, obviously. Whoops. 2332. That's already. Flight plan is filed.
315 Delta Heavy, request engine start and pushback, please.
We want a departure.
Osprey 315 Delta, pushing service airport facing north QNH 1006.
191.
Facing north QNH 1006, Osprey 315 Delta.
Tomjet 409 Heavy, fully ready, request push start.
Tomjet 409, pushing service airport facing north QNH 1006.
Push start face north QNH 1006, Tomjet 409 Heavy. Pushback. Let's call the tug. Beacon on. APU's on. We've got to do that little workaround thing as well. Tug should be in place. And we've got the safety demonstration from Thompson as well, or TUI, which will play as we start the engines. Mott, definitely not. If you've already got standard, then no. So they're nice. We're going fast enough.
To take it off, just lift the flap. It's not very likely that if there's an emergency, get into the brace position. Your cabin crew are now pointing out the emergency exits. Have a look and count the rows to your nearest exit, because you never know, it might be behind you. And if you need help finding your way, follow the low-level light.
Doctor on board? No, it's in the Luke Air tool.
If an oxygen mask drops down, pull down firmly towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and breathe normally. And remember to put yours on first before giving anyone else a hand.
Slow the tug down, get the part brake on, and the pushback. Right engine start.
Either under your seat, beneath your center armrest, or inside your leg rest. Put it on over your head.
Off you go.
Straps around your waist and tie it in a double bow. The life jacket will inflate when you pull sharply on the red toggle. For more information on the type of life jackets and oxygen masks, check your safety card. And if you need more air, blow into the...
That's the theory. It's actually more of an issue with... wrong buttons, man. There we go. It's actually an issue more with the way that the APU cuts out when you start to turn pumps on.
Bravo 1, Foxtrot, hold short Alpha.
Return it at the end of the flight. Smoking, including electronic cigarettes, isn't allowed anywhere.
Taxi via...
Darren's, that's a really good question actually. The Heavy Division obviously really improves the 787. I really like it, I'm a massive fan of this mod. It could do automatic holds, which is something that the Fibre Wire mod still can't do. Here we go. Look at that, looks great. We want flaps 10, I think, so... What's the buttons? There we go.
We're just about ready for takeoff, so make sure your seatbelt is fastened, your seat is upright, your window blind is up or clear, and your tray table is stowed away. For more information about this flight's emergency procedures...
Have I got the right flap setting? 10. 10. That's green. Jolly good. Tomjet 409 Heavy, request taxi.
Tomjet 409 Heavy, taxi via F1, Charlie 1, Foxtrot, hold short Alpha, runway 19.
Taxi hold point Alpha via the apron, Charlie 1, Foxtrot and Alpha, runway 19er, Tomjet 409 Heavy. Bar break off. Mott, no it can't sadly. Still. That's the safety demonstration done. David, no I wish. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Taxi lights are on, they're on. Let's pop that on anyway just because we can.
Osprey 315 Delta, unfortunately no further reach available, one turning call 122.8, have a safe flight and
That's a worry. We've got bolts showing there.
315 Delta, and thanks very much for coming online. Enjoy the rest of your day.
No reasons why
You're welcome, have a great flight.
we can't see.
Last station, calling it's blocked, could you say again please?
Tomjet 490 Heavy.
Fantastic scenery. If you want this, by the way guys, there's a summer sale on with MSFS Simulations at the moment. I'm not sure if this is included, I've not checked, but click the link inside the description today. You'll see the link to the Origami Studios Gatwick and also the link to this Dalaman scenery as well on Sim Market. So have a good look, you might find that there's a deal on. I think they're offering up to 40% on their scenery, which is very good. RTO, that's speed brakes now armed. Coming up to Charlie 1. Yeah, the only one they're developing, in addition to the A320, is the A380, although progress is really slow. It's exceptionally complex, of course. Charlie 1 coming up. €14 for Dalaman. That's pretty good. Oh, it's some stunning scenery around, like the landscape further around, which is of course auto-gen, but everything adds into the experience. Why have we got fault? Everything's on. I don't know. We might end up returning to field if we get an engine failure. Runway heading is set. Interestingly, the windsock has gone the other way, so it suggests a fairly strong tailwind. Jack, probably not till next year or something like that. It's going to be a really long way away. Yep, really good. Of course I've not used it for about 2 weeks or so. Don't think it's been updated particularly recent. but it's working really nicely. Got to try and get a picture with us all before Dan departs. Keeping an eye, of course, hoping I don't overrun. It's annoying that the tail textures are reversed. Rian, yeah, I've flown into Rhodes a couple of times. Really nice. Although I haven't yet checked out. I think there's some Payware scenery for it, I believe. Ah, that sounds like Dan's just gone. Yep. Hi, sadly no, there's absolute silence coming from them, which is really bizarre. Quite frustrating actually. They've obviously missed their deadline, which they set themselves, or sort of like a suggested timeline of June.
Tomjet 490, taxiway Apron, Alpha 1, and hold short Alpha, runway 19.
Alpha 1, hold short 19. So, Tomjet 490 Heavy.
Tomjet 409er, unfortunately no further rates available, monitoring on 122.8, have a safe flight, have a great day and have a good stream, sir.
Unicom for Tomjet 409 Heavy, thanks for the ATC and hope you enjoy it. Take care.
Take care, you're welcome.
Dalaman traffic, Tomjet 409 Heavy, holding at Alpha, ready for departure. Slick, now APU's off again. Heavy Division, hello! Ah, update coming soon. Dalaman traffic, Tomjet 409 Heavy, lining up runway 19er, departing on a KEKIK 1 Charlie departure. Dalaman traffic. Entering the active. I can't see no rhyme nor reason why we've got faults. I'd imagine that'll go off shortly. It's either that or the engines will fail. Either that or the engines will fail. I shouldn't jinx it. Cruise of 38,000 feet today. And just going to make sure I've lined up properly and I've got that nose wheel central first. About there. Just because I want to try and get some sort of screenshot with one of these guys. Heavy Division, Comey, I'm really looking forward to seeing what that new update is going to be. Yes. Michael, hello, welcome. Should we get this giveaway started, guys? What do you think? I reckon we should crack on and get this giveaway started. So, to be in with the chance to win a copy of the Origami Studios new Gatwick Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator, you need to hit subscribe and you need to answer the following question correctly.
Traffic, Tomjet 490 Heavy.
Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Pop your answer into the live chat. You've only got to put it in there once and the bot will read it, of course, and the draw will stay open until we've got to stand and shut down at Gatwick. Can't see me. PFD, there we go, that's a bit better. Maintaining the centre line. Actually having to put in quite a bit of left rudder here, so it's like there's a bit of crosswind. Rotate. There we go, positive rate, go up.
Dalaman traffic, Tomjet 490
There goes the chats. Let's get that autopilot on. LNAV, VNAV. There's the turn coming up. Great scenery. We can, what button is it, that one? Let's disarm that because I will forget. Adrian, about 3.5-ish hours. Going into acceleration mode. Look at that, beautiful. Don't forget to give it a link, give it a like, guys, as well if you enjoyed today's stream. Helps let me know what you guys like to see and watch. Quono, it does indeed. It's a basic VNAV, but it works exceptionally well. And don't forget to check the live chat as well, because we are actually, there is another giveaway that we are running at the moment.
Bank angle.
Let's bring that down once, it's not an auto. We're safe. And we go flaps clean. Where's the button I'm trying to find? Ideally I want the other side. God, fat fingers. There's Dalaman. Heavy Division, no worries. That sounds great though. New speed director. Yeah, as DC Mol is saying there, Heavy Division, good job on the mods. Really look forward to all of our other goodies coming soon. First time flying out of Dalaman actually in the simulator. So thanks to MSFS Simulations for providing a copy for us to show off today. So obviously their scenery's on sale at the moment on Sim Market, and there's some very nice scenery. St. Gallen in is it Switzerland? I can't remember now. Covered it a few weeks ago on a video. Beautiful scenery. Ethan Singh, good afternoon to you. Hope you're okay. Yeah, there's a another giveaway that we're running through today, through to the end of the week. It's been live for a few days now, and it's a Gleam giveaway to win with a chance to win some €5 Sim Market vouchers to go towards MSFS Simulations scenery. So you could potentially get your hands on a Dalaman scenery that's on sale for Microsoft Flight Simulator, also with a €5 gift card, so it'll be like €10 for some rather fantastic scenery if that's what you guys are looking for. Jason, how do you download our custom cameras? Go to flightsim.to and type in British AvGeek, and you should see. We're a bit zoomed out there, aren't we? If you go too far away, everything starts to get a bit washy, so it does ruin the screenshot somewhat. Indeed, thanks to Kai Stoneman. Gil, good afternoon to you. Yes, there's actually two giveaways to enter today, of course. The main giveaway is the Gatwick giveaway for today's live stream. And we've got one of those to give away. Really nice scenery at Gatwick as well. Origami Studios have done a fantastic job. That, levelling off, suggests 10,000. We are. We're not yet at transition level though. It's interesting. Suggesting that we've got sort of centre hydraulic failure. Which obviously in real life you wouldn't fly. I don't know if that's something we've done or not. Who knows. Yeah, really nice departure, Dan. Wesley, hello to you. There's KEKIK. And I should be a good Boeing pilot and keep that bug on center. Right, it comes. Campbell D, hello, hope you're okay. There we go. We're just leaving it in VNAV, letting it do its thing, really. No need to go around changing stuff. Looking fine. We're in Climb 2 profile as well, guys, if you're wondering what I've selected for it to climb quite nicely. DCML, I think it's just the fact the hydraulic buttons are in op, so we can't actually click the buttons to turn them on or off. But the fault lights become animated. All good so far anyway. How are you doing, Paul? I hope you're okay. How many entries have we got? Only 20 entries so far, so there's a 1 in 20 chance of winning this at the moment, which is huge, really. So if you want to get in with a chance to win, you've got to, of course, make sure you've hit subscribe before you enter. And then you've got to answer the question, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? The commentator, good afternoon. And yeah, Campbell D, 10k party coming very soon, hopefully. And then we'll be throwing even more giveaways out as well, of course, to celebrate that. And we'll have 2 group flights over the period of 2 days. We'll smash it. We'll do 1 group flight on VATSIM. We might pick somewhere remote on Unicom, so we're out of the way. And then we might do some VFR as well. Mattia, hello to you. Hope you're okay. Alec, one of our channel members as well. Hello to you. Hope you're alright. I'm very well, thanks. I hope you're good. Can't wait until my week of next week. Your week off next week. You'll be able to join a flight or 2. Fingers crossed. Of course, as we progress through this week, I'll get next week's live stream scheduled, ready to go as well. I know Wesley's requested that we do Lisbon to Horta, Azores Airlines, with the fly-by-wire mods, so good chance we'll be doing that, of course. And in that time, we'll have a bit of flexibility too, so if something juicy gets released for the Microsoft Flight Simulator, we might find ourselves using that. And of course, I need to get into the look at those clouds, wow. I need to get back into the CRJ as well. I really missed that. That's stunning. Anthony, sadly I can't explain what I do. I work at Heathrow though, but no, content creation pretty much is whenever I'm not working. So actually today I've taken some leave, so I've got 2 days of leave for me to be able to give you guys some content, which won't happen often. But I wanted to get this giveaway done, at least while more people were potentially going to be off. Looking good. Oh, VX, thank you very much for your ATC. That was really actually quite a surprise, nice surprise, so really appreciate that. Nice of you to tune in and help us out with a bit of ATC. Tomorrow we've got another what have we got actually? Have we got a giveaway tomorrow? I don't think we do. We've got the Gleam giveaway running all week, but tomorrow we've got something cool as well. We've got some brand new scenery. Let's have a look. Barcelona to Marrakesh. We've got the new Perfect Soft Studios Marrakesh airport scenery for tomorrow. That looks fantastic as well. As you guys can probably tell from the thumbnail that I've teased with. Really nice. So you guys want to be sure to tune in for that as well. Of course, that'll be on the VATSIM Network too. Alberto, hello. Good morning to you. Hope you're all right. And started a little bit earlier today, yeah, just because we've got a longer flight today. About 3.5 to 4 hours roughly. Kenzie, great question. I've got a AMD Ryzen 5 3600X processor with a GeForce RTX 2070 Super graphics card. I've got the simulator and Windows installed on a 1TB NVMe M2's SSD, and of course all of my add-ons then go onto a D drive, a second solid state SSD as well. What else? I don't know, I can't remember. Check the live chat. I'll trigger the specs command and you'll see the complete list basically. Hopefully that helps. Aviation Simulation, hello. Don't forget to enter. We need a 787-8 really. -9. Doctor on board. Indeed. Well, has he produced the route, has he? I'll have to have a look on Discord shortly. Matchdeck, hello to you. Need help with your T-Flight HOTAS X on Microsoft Flight Simulator. What's up with it? If it's control related, like sensitivities, I daren't risk show you just yet. LBSR Center, Sophia Control. We're just skirting past those, aren't we? Which is a little frustrating. Sophia Control is going to be off in the distance somewhere. What's the question for the giveaway? So, for those that have missed it, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Nice and easy question. How are we progressing here? Yeah, commentator basically, yeah. And if you want to enter the additional giveaway, the Gleam giveaway for the MM Studios €5 coupons, then you want to click the Gleam giveaway link that's floating around in the live chat every now and again. Let's get that traffic rings on, shall we? And weather. How I envy this view for an office. T-Mac, the giveaway will be live until we land, so I got the entire duration of today's stream. The Gleam giveaway will, I think that closes on Friday, I believe, and then the code is valid. Might close Thursday actually, and then the code that the winners will be issued, it will be valid until the end of the weekend. So hopefully just in time to use the gift card and make use of the MM Simulations end of summer sale as well on Sim Market. Eri, hello to you. Yeah, sadly I can't seem to get a stable enough working TUI UK 787 livery, so we're in the only one that I know works without causing any problems. I did mention that at the beginning of the stream as well, of course. Aviation Simulations flying Istanbul, Spiergokun, which I think has just been updated on flightsim.to, by the way. And Stansted, try and catch me up. You're currently over Hungary. Oh, good grief. What are you flying? Are you in the Dreamliner as well? I think you're miles ahead. There's no way we'll be able to catch you up. Yeah, you are significantly a lot further along than we are. Yeah. T-Mac, no. As once you've entered, you've got 24 hours, as with all my giveaways, 24 hours to email me on at brishavgeek1@gmail.com, which is the channel email address, or by pinging me inside our Discord server to claim the prize. And of course, we'll have to you'll likely have to verify your YouTube account as well, so I know that you are the winner, in order to get your prize. How do you get the traffic rings? You just click traffic, and then of course if we had any conflicting aircraft, then that'd pop up as well. Map check. On MSFS it doesn't show my configs, it says PS3. I think it sounds like you need to go to the Thrustmaster website and download the PC drivers for it, perhaps. That, glad I spotted that now. That, by the way, guys, is Samos. So for those of you who've watched my Samos landing, Turkish airspace, if you follow my cursor, it pretty much cuts all the way through here, ever so close to the airport like so, and then round and off, which is why that's such a challenging approach, but certainly one of my favourites as well. Amir, hello to you. Where can we get the Boeing 787? You need Premium Deluxe. You need the Premium Deluxe edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, so there's the island of Samos there. And that means we should just be passing over Izmir. Beyond Samos, you've got Ikaria and Kalaminos down here. All the Greek islands. Some of the Greek islands. And Izmir, potentially we can't see it. Might be that there, this cityscape here. Look at that view. Palafest, hello! It was VORs, yes, it was VORs up until that final leg, which was a 90-degree angle to the runway, and then we had to turn everything off and fly it manually for the circling approach that kind of sweeps down to the runway. Really cool. And you're literally like half a mile away from Turkish airspace, which you really can't do. You can't touch. Keith Adams, good afternoon, I hope you're well. And Malcolm Clark, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing. Cooper, having troubles with auto throttle. In what aircraft, first and foremost, just so I can kind of understand the flow? I think we can trust this nicely enough now to pick a view. Look at that. Alistair, hi. Would the Xbox S series and MSFS work on an ordinary home computer? I'm not sure actually, to be honest. I'm not really familiar too much with how it works with the Xbox. I know that the very latest Xbox they released, I forget what it's called, but that Xbox itself is the simulator's been designed to work on it quite nicely. I think it's supposed to be locked at 4K, so you'll get some decent performance, but of course you're very limited on the Xbox to the mods and add-ons you can use. So it depends how serious you want to get into simming, I suppose, and how much you're into aviation. If you want the added realism, and you want to be able to use mods like this, then you'll need the PC version. And you'll probably need a mid-range PC, so expect to spend at least sort of £1,000 to £1,500 on the correct spec within a PC for it all to work nicely. On the A320, so I can't show you on this because obviously we're on a Boeing, but I assume that with your auto throttle you're setting it all up and you're leaving it in manage mode, and you're putting the throttle into the CL gate on the throttle lever. and then it should just stay there until you're landing. DC Mole, you were asking a question earlier as well. Let me scroll up and find it. Have you made a plan for your PPL or CPL restarts? Yes. The process has actually changed somewhat since I last flew any hours towards a PPL about 13 years ago. And yeah, a bit bizarre. Effectively, I need to register on the CAA website portal, then send a digital application to the CAA off in order to... I've got to pay a fee as well in order to register for a medical exam, and then I need to pay for a medical examination. And I also found out that since Brexit, apparently now, all of the hours I've done previously no longer count towards my new hours. So I'm literally starting everything from zero again, which is a little frustrating. So I was hoping it was going to save me a little bit of money. Benraj, hello to you, welcome. Dan's asking what Mach am I going to be at. We're still climbing up to flight level 380. We're doing Mach decimal 839 at the moment, but let's have a little look in VNav. It's not telling me. Just giving me an econ speed of 310. So probably something around Mach decimal 84, 85, around that. Qantas, hello, big fan, and your videos are really helpful. Good to hear. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you're finding it all useful, and make sure you enter today's giveaway as well. And also the additional giveaway via Gleam. The link is literally just below your comment, actually, Qantas. So 2 giveaways for people to enter today, both independent of each other. Commentator's been flying the Zebo 737 recently on X-Plane. One thing I'm never sure of is 1, how do you know about noise abatement procedures? And when there are some. 2, how do you know which N1 limit and climb profile to use? That's a great question. What airport actually, so I can kind of have a look and maybe try and help explain depending on the airport you're actually trying to use. DC Mole, yeah, it's affecting quite a few people, isn't it? And it's really annoying, isn't it? You've done all these hours and then because of the spat between the EU and the UK, even though the UK actually supply the majority of pilot training, quality pilot training for the rest of Europe, they are trying to screw us over with pilot training at the moment, which is not good, and that's probably added quite a few £1,000s onto my training again, which is a little annoying. Christo, hello. What does the Heavy Division mod improve? Hazza, hello to you as well. No, oh god, not the CAA, the bane of my life. Yeah, yeah. I'm hoping the process can get started pretty quick. Tom's asking how do we enter the giveaway. So you've already subscribed because you can chat in the live chat, so that's the first tick. The terms and conditions are in the description if you want to read through those. Of course, when you enter you accept all of those, and all you need to do is answer one simple question correctly. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? And all you need to do is pop the answer into the live chats, and Nightbot, who is managing the bot that's managing the giveaway today, will record the answers. We've only got 33 entries, which is quite surprising. David, when we were talking about doing some VFR on VATSIM, we should look to do a sim solo cross-country flight for a PPL requirement. It's not a bad idea actually, is it? Hazza, you're in the middle of your PPL. When did you start? And out of, I think you said you were doing a PPLH, weren't you? Let me scroll up. Oh no, that's DC Mole with a CPLH. Cooper, the prize today is the Microsoft Flight Simulator version of the brand new Origami Studios Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. You know what? I clicked my standard pressure doobry, but actually it doesn't seem to be working. So we need to make a little correction. My bad. Yeah, even that one's not letting me go to standard. Let's reset these. We can manually set standard pressure. We only overshot ever so slightly. Jays, hello, welcome. And Daniel Ryan, welcome on board as well. Thanks for subscribing. Slick, thank you very much. Of course, your altitude on the top of your screens, guys, will look very different to the altitude displayed on the primary flight display. Because we're flying at standard pressure, we're at flight level 380, but the pressure down below might be significantly different. So if it's 1002, for example, to 1006, which I feel like it is, our true altitude is actually a lot higher. Which is why the alt on the top of your screens looks a lot higher than it is on the PFD. And that part of that reason is because Microsoft Flight Simulator now is one of the first, or is the first simulators that has accurately simulated static pressure around the aircraft, which is mind-blowing. Don't understand how they've done it, but they have, and that gives us the most accurate altitudes that any simulator has ever had. Has started as PPL pre-COVID. You've had a big break, forced the price up. Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? That's really unfortunate timing. I mean, at the moment, I'm just sort of sinking my way into the books, if you like. Gregory, welcome on board. So I've got the first PPL book. I could have read my old ones, but I didn't want to use them, just in case the information it's been literally 13, 14 years since I purchased that book, so I didn't want to use that and it be incorrect. So I've purchased the latest versions of the Pooley's PPL flying books. My headset, actually, the other day I went flying at Denham with a good friend of mine, and we went up for about an hour or so, had a fantastic time at the pilot centre at Denham, which is probably where I'm going to be doing my PPL. And my headset that I used 13 years ago, not used it since, it's lived in the bag since, it worked just as new, and I was quite surprised. VX, what do you think about the Quality Wings 787 series coming to MSFS? Well, is it coming to MSFS? We've heard absolutely nothing, which is sad. Of course, they projected that they would be ready for release at the end of Q2 2021, which was June just gone, and we're now almost through to the end of Q3, and we've heard nothing from them since November last year. So, not quite sure where they're at and what the progress is. I've emailed them to ask, and they've not even responded. And there's a couple of people within Discord that have suggested that they might just be fading away. I can't quite see that myself, but it would be nice for them to just put something out there, wouldn't it? Remind us that they're still working on it. Perhaps explain some of the new challenges that they're dealing with. PilotFest, your son got to 45 hours and 3 attempts at the qualifying cross country and then stopped. Ah, how come he just how come he dips that out of curiosity? I know the moment somebody says the word assessment, they start to, some people just sort of have that bit of a brain freeze, and I'm one of those people. Yeah, that's another aircraft. Aviation simulation there mentioning the Whiskey Jet Sim A220. That was obviously coming soon as well, and they were making the aeroplane, and then they realised they couldn't code in the language that Microsoft Flight Simulator required. And then ever since that, we've heard absolutely nothing from them, so it sounds like that's just fizzled away. Fine Voca. Do you think flying in a home sim helps or hinders PPL progress? I've seen a lot of conflicting opinions assuming you aim for realism in the sim. That's a great question. Personally, I think it really helps. The only thing that it would... the only thing that would struggle or would be a problem within simming would be getting into bad habits by simming before you actually fly. So one of the biggest struggles that people will face when they're flying, as I did years ago, and as I'll probably face again when I start flying from a PPL again soon, it's the sort of creating bad habits, and they can come out of nowhere, but of course if you start to do random things that don't make particular sense, or you do stuff in the wrong flow as opposed to the checklists and how you're intended to do certain things, you can get yourself into a bad habit, and then you've got to train yourself out of that bad habit first, and of course you wouldn't want that creeping back in when it comes to assessments. Say for example your skills test at the end of your PPL course. Commentator, I think it's probably SOP dependent, but yeah, noise abatement is a tricky one. Let me just fish about to see if there's any. I know Heathrow have got plenty, so let me just have a little bump about on some charts at Heathrow. Right, so this is a good example actually. It's a bit complicated. I'm not 100% myself, but it kind of makes sense from what I'm reading. So this is one of the charts for Heathrow, and it's the umlaut departures from 27 left and right. So you can see here, after departure, you've got to turn onto this little course of 297 out towards the Burnham NDB. And then you fly north up to umlaut. On the charts itself it says cross appropriate noise monitoring terminal, refer to chart 10.4, at or above 1090 feet. Thereafter maintain a minimum climb gradient of 4% up to 4000 for ATM purposes. So that's basically suggesting they want you to stay in a particularly decent climb. But to actually have a look, you go onto the reference tab on Navigraph and you can find the noise abatement diagram, which looks like this. So you can see up here, umlaut 1 Foxtrot 1 Golf, but you've got the little discs here which are the noise abatement monitoring stations. And you've got one there, so you've got A, B and C would all be problematic for the purpose of this umlaut departure. So say for example we were departing 27 right, we would hit this one between the two lakes here, you can see, so, and it tells you there 2 DME from the London VOR, and at that point we have to be over 1000 feet and still be climbing off at 4%. Beyond that though, we can then go back into normal bits. Up to 1500 ordinarily will be in V2 plus 10 anyway, so we'll be quite a steep climb, and then beyond that point we would, in this aircraft for example, we could just use climb 2 and it will allow for a really nice steady climb. There's our progress so far. Hope that answers the question. Centurio, hello, welcome. About to head to work, getting the entry in. Jack Beale, the giveaway word is case insensitive, so it doesn't matter if you put caps or no caps or all caps, doesn't matter. Yeah, there we go. There's another point there. As Doctor on board saying, you can find it all in the taxi tabs and things too. So it depends on the aircraft. It also depends on the charts that you're looking at. So you will find that other airports, the charts, if you're not using Navigraph, for example, and you're using ChartFox and you're using CAA charts or from their AIP, they will look very different. Let's have a look for those ones that Doctor on board was on about. There's lots of pages here with airport briefing, but usually the very top on most of the Jeppesen charts, at least, you will find the noise abatement general stuff. Same with reverse thrust. So if you were to land on an overnight, if you guys were simming all the way through the night and you woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning to land, unless there was a safety reason at Heathrow, you would need to avoid the use of reverse thrust between those hours there. And LT dictates local time, not Zulu. You've got the preferential runway system, tells you about use of APU as well. APUs of course generate noise as well, but they also burn fuel. These are always good to read through, just as a bit of a side note, now that somebody's mentioned it in the live chat. There's loads of pages, you can see all the way down to here, but there is a lot of really interesting data and procedures for taxiing, restrictions, and bits like that. So if you're on Unicom and you're not quite sure where to taxi, you can read through these and it will tell you exactly how to find them. Arrivals have got noise abatement procedures as well, and you can read through all of this. There is loads. Minimum runway occupancy time, that's where when I talk about doing flaps 3 landings in the A320 into Heathrow, that's what this refers to. Startup, pushback, noise abatement for departures there, look guys, as well. And it tells you after takeoff operate aircraft, so it's at or above 1,090 feet at 6.5 miles from the start of roll, so that it will not cause more than 94 decibels between 7 to 11, 89 between 11 to half 11, and between 6 to 7 and 87 between basically midnight to 6 AM. Lots of data, look. And you've got quotas for the airport. If airlines breach those, then the airport gets fined, but the airport also fines the airline. Yeah, Hazard makes a good point when we're looking at simming and whether or not simming is going to be useful or not to getting PPLs. If you think like if you fly around like Top Gun and you want to overtake everybody and everything else, then that's not going to help, and you'll probably find you'll struggle at your PPL. Whereas if you try and replicate things, if you can get hold of checklists or you just work through stuff in a nice, smooth, professional flow, like we try to do on a live stream, when it comes to doing your PPL, you should be okay. At the very least, simming will give you an understanding on how to fly an aeroplane in a basic sense. Pitch, roll, yaw, that sort of stuff. Paul, hello. Do you use the Orbex Global AI shipping add-on? You know what, I don't actually know. I emailed them a little while ago to see if they wanted me to do any promo for it, but they never responded. But I haven't purchased it yet. I have been meaning to though. If you've got it, let me know what you think in the chat. Flying Boca, wow. First VATSIM flight to Gatwick was an experience. Went straight in for the busy airports. The commentator, so would you select the M1 limit based on that, or would it to be based on SOP? Well, it depends on SOP, but effectively it's whatever you can do. Safety of the aircraft can't be compromised, so if you can't achieve the requirement of the noise abatement, then so be it, but you should try if you can, and if performance allows. But up until that altitude, as an example, you would still be in an Airbus, you'd still be in flex, for example. In the Boeing, you'll still be at toga with a derated takeoff, like we did today. I would love to do, as Hazard's saying there, I'd love to do some VATSIM GA, to be fair. Hazard, you got a radio service there as well. Denham's just a radio service too. When I used to fly in, out of Coventry, we had a full tower rating, which is really good actually. So every time I started up, I had to get startup permission, I had to get taxi instructions, use the ATIS information, all that sort of stuff. Denham Radio and other airports with the radio service is very different. You basically tell them who you've got on board, and if you're leaving the airfield or you're doing circuits, they pretty much just give you a QNH, and that is it. David, congratulations. Recently got the endorsement as an S1 controller to open some small airfields. And yeah, we were discussing the other day the potential to do some GA flying. What we're looking to do, potentially for the one of the 10,000 subscriber group flights, is connecting to an airfield on VATSIM and having 2 airfield controllers on, so that we can pretty much do a cross-country VFR flight on VATSIM with ATC, which would be quite cool. We're working out the logistics of that though, of course. I think we were looking at Gampston to Manchester Barton, I think, weren't we, off the top of my head, David? Invoker, yeah, that's where VATSIM is fantastic. It's all for free, and you can do things like your virtual PPL via VATSIM as well, which is great. And as David's saying there, it's skipping bits in the sim because you know that there won't be a problem, like your run-up checks. Whereas if you can replicate that as you would do it in real life, and you do it in the sim by habit as well, you're staying in the correct habits. And one of the huge benefits that Centurio is saying there, for those looking to learn to fly, is by using VATSIM and you're using the air traffic control and things like that, it allows you to get used to using the radio and speaking pilot speak, if you like, and you know, all the radio telephony, the phonetic alphabet, and all that sort of stuff. Because that's an exam in itself. RT, radio telephony, is a PPL exam that you have to pass. It's an entire module, and there's an oral practical exam. So if you can have a head start by using something like VATSIM or IVAO, then you've already had a big jump start. Takes the pressure off you when it comes to doing that particular module as well. If you've got the lingo already nailed thanks to simming, there's a lot of positives to simming. Transferring that to real life flying. And Hazard, things like VALANTA that track flights, that's a great tip actually. Circuits are quite important in your PPL, and the very first thing you'll ever do is circuits up until your first solo flight, and then you start to venture out into the world of navigation, cross-country flying and things like that. Zone transitions or zone penetrations through military airspace and things like that. But yeah, if you're using things like VALANTA, you can track how accurate your circuit pattern is, because of course you don't want it to be wavy, wonky or anything. You want it to be a nice straight line for a downwind leg, keeping that distance from the airfield. So things like VALANTA and those sort of programs that can track your flights, as Sathir is saying there, another option is Sim Toolkit Pro. They're all really good to use. I haven't used Sim Toolkit Pro since about October time, because I found it was there was huge memory leaks and it was just gobbling up performance, so I ended up not using it any further. But interesting to see how it's been updated. And as Haz is saying there, POB and destination is pretty much all you need. So my mate the other day called up with, it was literally Denham radio, then the aircraft call sign, so Golf, and then whatever it was. And he pretty much just said, to POB, PA28, captain's name is his name, and he goes, just local VFR, Denham to Denham, and that was it. They then read back a received, sort of them acknowledging his intentions, because all they could do is give advice. They then provided him the QNH and told him if there was any aircraft in the circuit currently, and that was it. And told us how many aeroplanes in the queue ahead we were as well. We had about 4 or 5 aircraft departing too, which is quite interesting. My mate actually, as Pilot Fest is saying there, Sky Demon works great with MSFS. My mate's actually got his Sky Demon linked into MSFS, which is really handy. And we used it the other day. Really impressed with how it works. And it made navigation an absolute breeze. Of course, you still have to have your old school manual nav log, your pilot log, all your waypoints, your bearings and everything worked out too. But having that Sky Demon software there was fantastic. Yeah, has it indeed. Yeah, doing all your mag checks, your power checks, everything as you would in real life for the GA aircraft, like the Just Flight PA28. If you can replicate that reality, then you're off to a really good start. If you start to deviate from that reality and deviate from the checklists, you can find yourself going into bad habits. So then when it comes to flying for real, you'll find yourself doing stuff that you did in the sim without realising that it's incorrect. Don't forget the giveaway, guys. There's a Gleam giveaway that's in the live chat. Every now and again, every few minutes a link will appear. Enter that for the MSFS Simulations gift vouchers to be used on Sim Market. But also today's giveaway, the new Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator, courtesy of Origami Studios and IniBuilds. So what we want to ask is a nice simple question, and all you've got to do is pop that answer to the question into the live chat, having clicked subscribe first. And that question is, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? And all you've got to do is answer it once, and Nightbot will add your entry providing you meet the entry requirements. And we've only got 44 entries, so there's a fairly decent chance of picking up a copy today, if you've not yet entered. Yes, Athera, if you can, as you're saying there actually, you make a really good point. If you can treat the simulator like a real life flight where possible, then you get the best realism, the best immersion out of the sim. Now of course that's not everybody's cup of tea. I like to do it as best as I can. Brian, hello, hope you're okay. Others like to jump in, spawn in on the runway and just go max throttle and just go blasting around in an external camera view. That's absolutely fine if that's what you want to get out of your sim experience. But you'll find that if you wanted to then train in real life, you could have some issues. Aviation simulation, wow, you are blasting ahead. There's no way in hell we're picking up and catching up with yourself. We're just literally about to pass Thessaloniki at the moment. That's going to be a flight coming soon as well. Can't quite see it yet. Should be out the window. Just under the cloud there. Hazza, that's a good point as well, yeah. Everybody getting used to it. And Microsoft Flight Simulator is one of those sims. Most of the aircraft have got glass cockpits, but you will find that when you turn up to a flying school, your PA-28 or your Cessna will have the old steam gauge, the old school displays, and if you can learn to use those inside the simulator, that'll give you a really good head start. If you can learn to navigate with VORs and things, and the old school GPS modules inside, for example, the Just Flight PA28, you're setting yourself up nicely there. Going on holiday to Thessaloniki in the next 5 or 6 weeks, and very much looking forward to having that break. Not been to Greece since I was a kid, but this, funnily enough, don't laugh, Microsoft Flight Simulator has made me want to go to Greece. Flying in with these really nice scenic approaches with sunsets and everything else, it's yeah, it's teased me a little bit. Cythera. The thing is, you can be Swiss 001 or someone like British AvGeek in the flight sim. Depends what you want to do and plan on doing. Yeah. The beauty of the sim is you can go anywhere around the world. You can do whatever you want in whatever aeroplane you want, and that's pretty fantastic. There's the Gleam giveaway, the additional giveaway that we're running in the live chat, guys. Don't forget to enter that one. Commentate makes you want to go there too. I'm not surprised. How's the Gleam giveaway going? Actually, there's only 2 days left to that Gleam giveaway. Wow, 456 entries. We've got 9 €5 gift cards up for grabs there as well, which is good. Plenty of opportunity to win there, and of course for those of you who are our bronze, silver and gold frequent flyers on the channel, make sure you enter the additional giveaway inside our Club Lounge and Discord. Mac 84, David. Brianne's going to Rhodes next year, lovely. Not been to Rhodes for so many years. Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Do love Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, Greece are basically crying out for the tourist industry to reset and go back to normal as best as physically possible, really. So a lot of flexibility with travellers. The resort I'm going to, they actually test on arrival there, and they also do the test prior to departure for you to be able to leave Greece as well. And one thing that Greece are doing, which sets them apart from a lot of other countries in trying to get their tourist industry back, is if you test positive for COVID while you're out there, the Greek state will pay for your quarantine. So it does take away that financial burden somewhat as well. Unless, of course, you need medical treatment. I don't know how that works now with the EU health scheme ending for UK citizens. Yeah, whether or not other countries follow suit, the commentator, is another question entirely, I suppose. And that in itself is a financial hit, so I guess quite a few other countries aren't really keen on doing anything like that. Kevin, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Hope you're okay. How are we doing here? Slight turn. That's all looking good still. David, does that mean you're right up my chuff? What flight level are you on? Stupid drone cam. Can't see you. Who knows? I'll go to Mach decimal 87 then. How's that sound, David? And you could do Mach decimal 86. Yeah, commentator, I was supposed to go to Mauritius, and I was really looking forward to that, I must say. But of course they're not opening their borders just yet, so understandably so. So we've had our holiday there cancelled, but this year we kind of just want to go away somewhere, so we've booked Thessaloniki on a really good deal actually with British Airways. Sandown? Nice. Is there any scenery at Sandown on flightsim.gr? I know there's some really nice scenery of Gamston. It all depends on where the controllers are though, Hazza. That's the issue. There's only a few authorised GA airfields, which makes it a bit difficult. Dan. How fast are you going, Dan? David still looks like he's a fair way behind me though. To be fair, it looks like we're actually really nicely separated apart. I'll do Mach decimal 86. Probably a bit more reasonable. A quick check of stuff. There we go. They're empty, so I thought I'd just turn those off. Mach decimal 84, okay. There's the debug slot, guys, as well. So those of you who use the Heavy Division mod, if you come across any bugs or faults or issues, click the info button up here and put this screenshot into the Heavy Division Discord server so they can sort of help understand what you're doing, along with the flight that you're doing on the route to. CD1.com, nav display. Yes. There we go. Won't happen in an Airbus. Greg, nice. I think I've been to Helsinki twice or once on the sim. Can't quite remember exactly. I think I've done... Yeah, I have done Helsinki actually, I think once or twice. Thomas, yeah, you need to do the fix. So you need to get something called the MSFS layout generator, or go back to flightsim.to and look for any liveries that have been updated in the last 10 days. Then you should be... Basically delete the old one, download the new version, and then job done. You should have no more pink wings. Yeah, David, yeah, we both do Mach decimal 86. The separation looks good on Volanta, but then, of course, that is delayed a little bit. Okay, David, that makes sense. Well, perhaps we could depart one with yourself and then see if we've got somebody else that can assist with opening another. Brian, you're asking who has Gamston scenery. So go to flightsim.to and just type in Gamston. There's a scenery there for it. And I had a little look the other day. It does look really good, to be fair. Thomas, no problem. Out of curiosity, what liveries in particular? I know the BA1 and the TUI one we're using today have been updated as well. Oh, David, perfect. What did you do differently? Sir Steve, welcome on board. Dan, it is indeed, yes. Oh, Cytherea, yeah, that's a worry, isn't it? Single pilot operation for the A350 with Cathay Pacific. Not sure I'd be comfortable with that, to be honest. Oh, Thomas, yeah, get rid of all of the mega pack ones. They don't really work very well anymore. Just get everything from flightsim.to, and you want everything that's been updated since Sim Update 5 was released, basically. Including some sceneries, but all of your A320 liveries, 747 liveries and everything as well. And if you use the 747, don't forget now on flightsim.to you can get the unmirrored liveries, which is really nice. Venom, hello, huge fan, nice to hear. Glad you enjoy the content and the channel. It's good to have you with us. Just have a quick question, what kind of pushback mod do you use? I use toolbar pushback. Perhaps it was just dead zones, David. So, Venom, yeah, you want to go to flightsim.to and type in toolbar pushback and you get this add-on here. You put it into the community folder, you get this, and you'll see how we pushed back earlier today. They've just updated it today as well, yesterday, sorry. So now when you click jetway, for example, or stairs, they stay in place until you click to remove them, which is a really cool feature. Oh, Turriston had a decent little freeware available. Turriston is near Silverstone, right? If I'm thinking of the right place. Or I'm getting entirely confused, perhaps. Bets, hello to you, welcome. Still need to do your Stuttgart route. Brian, nice, they've got the restaurant that you eat every week at. Nice stuff. That's a sign of a good freeware scenery, that is. Yeah, commentator, it's a significant responsibility for computers to be able to just fly the aeroplane. Bizarre. It's bizarre that Cathay Pacific are sort of testing it with Airbus, really. Is it going to be on commercial flights that they're going to fly around from Hong Kong, or how are they doing it, do we know? Oh, Dan, awesome. Roland, good afternoon to you. I'm really well, thanks. Hope you're okay. Cathay Pacific, of all airlines, it surprises me they're willing to do single pilot ops in such a big aeroplane. Invoker, yeah, Shurham's got fantastic freeware scenery for that, actually. Rory, the giveaway is for a copy of the new Origami Studios Gatwick Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And additionally, inside the live chat today is a second giveaway that we're running for the next 2 days, which is separate to today. So make sure you look out for that link and click and enter there, that Gleam link. But the giveaway for the Gatwick scenery, all you've got to do is subscribe and then answer the following question correctly, guys. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? And don't forget as well, if you're enjoying today's stream, make sure you give us a little like as well, so we know that you're enjoying the stream, enjoying the content, and it helps the good old YouTube algorithm that you hear people talk about every now and again too. Venom, no worries at all. Your question there will probably be answered by Heavy Division themselves. Comey's in the live chat, so hopefully Comey can take that and answer the question whilst we're flying along today. Straight from the developer's mouth, which is always good. Asking, Venom's asking, do you think they'll ever add the VDI to the 787 mod? I think there, as Comey's saying there, I think thinks it means VSD. Yeah, Dan, exactly. How do you trust that one single pilot? You can't really, can you? Jack's looking for some scenery for Leon Solon. It'd be nice to have some scenery. I was hoping that I could find somebody to help with denim, to be honest. I need a livery, I need a modeller who can help with modelling and texturing the hangars and the all the buildings and things around Denham Aerodrome. Because what I've created is my absolute limit of what is of my ability to model and texture, which is quite poor. Yeah, hopefully, Venom, the checklist page will come at some point. I know Salty Simulations have just put in the checklists to the 747. For those of you who didn't see it, I did a video on it last week. Really nice added feature there for the Salty Sim Jumbo. Rory, you tell me. Oh, Roland, awesome. Was that at the pilot centre as well, by any chance? It's a nice airfield, I've got to say. Never flown out there before. Yeah, if Burning Blue could do something like Solon, that'd be fantastic. Hopefully, one of the developers picks up Denham at some point. Denham to Shoreham's a really popular cross-country, as is like Denham to Coventry, Denham to Cambridge. They're current routes, although Coventry's going soon. The airport's going to close down completely. It's going to become just a big cargo facility full of warehouses. Dan, any Stansted Osprey cargo ops planned for streams? Hopefully one next week, but it all depends on if I get some other bits done first. I really want to get back into the CLJ, of course. There you go, Venom, from the developer of the Heavy Division mod. The checklist pages are prepared for the 787 Heavy mod. You can see previews of them on our Discord page. And about VSD, probably yes, but not priority. Aviation simulation. Remember Wizen TUI at Coventry? Yeah, I do indeed. I used to be that's when I was doing my PPL years back, and routinely I would be in the circuit pattern with a 787, not 78, a little 737 flying into Coventry on finals, and I'd be number 2 to them, which is always quite a it was a weird experience until you get used to it. The first couple of times I found it very bizarre that I was in the circuit coming in after a 787. Awesome feeling though. Venom, no worries. Roland, you first trained Elstree, flying at Elstree. Would someone to like have a go at Exeter now that you live in the southwest? Yeah, that's quite a big airport as well. It certainly was a big airport. For things, for airlines like Thompson, Flybe and things. Yeah, Dave back here. Fly the CRJ before the next sim update and Asobo messing it all up again. Yeah, that's it's an urgent priority almost, isn't it? I'm hoping I can get a flight in on perhaps Thursday for a stream with the CRJ. Random, hello, good day to you. Happy flying, thank you very much. Oh Dan, wow, you took a TUI flight from Coventry many years ago. Shame to see it go. Was never going to compete with Birmingham for commercial air travel though, unfortunately. And that was kind of the weird thing, because growing up for me in the Midlands, I wasn't too far away from Birmingham Airport. So it was kind of pointless having a Coventry Airport service as well. Matthew, hello to you, welcome. Hope you're okay. Dan, there's every chance that you are on board one of the aeroplanes as I was in the little circuit pattern in my PA-28. Dave. Yeah, interestingly, it's the light. That flickering you can see there, it's just the way that the my camera view is positioned. So you've got the glare shield light on up here. I can turn it off. And then it's gone. If that helps. Frex, hi. Flew the route 2014 on Thomas Cook 757. Awesome. I might need your assistance actually, Frex, with recreating the 787 channel liveries into the Osprey variant, the Osprey Airlines versions, and the 747 and things, but only if you've got time and opportunity to do so, of course, and you wish to. Minty, I do remember you indeed. Hello. Tom C's asking, would I say if the whether the new Gatwick is worth it or not? Did you see the stream that I did last week when we flew out of Gatwick? We did a Gatwick to Mykonos, I believe, off the top of my head. Was it Gatwick to Mykonos? My mind slips, I can't remember. But I think the new Gatwick is really nice. The IniBuilds / Origami Studios Gatwick's really good on performance, certainly, and it's got that more of a it's got slightly more of a lived-in look to it, which makes it a lot nicer to use. It looks a lot less. I never know how to describe it, but somebody on Discord about a month or so ago described the freeware version of Gatwick as quite cartoony compared. It's probably a really good way of describing it. Not quite sure how else to describe it. Tom C, nice. How was it? I'm going there in a couple of weeks, so I'd be interested to hear your thoughts with the way the PCR testing and everything worked. Did you have to wear masks on the beach? Kai, hello, welcome. Don't forget to enter the giveaway. Frex, that'd be awesome if you can. I need to try and update the A320neo liveries as well to the Osprey version too. If you guys want to enter the giveaway and you're just tuning in, like Kai's, just click the watch button. What you want to do is answer the following question correctly once you've hit subscribed. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? And all you've got to do is put the answer straight into the live chat. All the terms and conditions for this free to enter contest is via a link in the description today. Noga, hello. How's your A220 coming along? You had a crash to desktop earlier on takeoff. Ooh. Check. It's usually a mod conflict, so check your community folder. Hopefully at some point I'll be able to fly into places like Sandown and things. Kai, pothole didn't go in the runway, no. Thankfully, probably because I was taking off, not landing. But if it was the other way around, I'm sure I'd have dented it somewhere. Oh, Jack, awesome. Flying or driving? Tomorrow is going to be a really good stream. We've got the new pilot, we've got the new Perfect Soft Studios Marrakesh scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator, which looks really stunning. So if you guys are looking for some close enough North African routes, places like Marrakesh will be great for another option for somewhere different in the sim. And tomorrow I'm going to show you guys what the new Perfect Soft Studios scenery for it looks like. Noga, hopefully, yeah, it'd be great to have a little look. What other announcements do we have here on the Luke Air tool?
Ladies and gentlemen, due to COVID-19, we would like to remind passengers that you have to wear a face mask at all times during this flight. If you require a new face mask, please ask one of our crew members for one. Thank you.
In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks and food. Please check the magazine in front of you for our latest offers on food, drink and duty-free shopping.
Ah, they're generic, which is a bit of a shame. Now we've got descent and landing, but I'm not sure what they...
Ladies.
No, that's automatic.
Ladies.
They're automated as well. Pointless. I'll close the Luke Air tool then. Some airlines don't have a lot of announcements. Some of them have got all of them, which is really good. Clayton, hello. Remind me what they are again. What route you are looking for. I forget. I've got a big list on Discord and I forget. Viewing from outside, unfortunately. Hopefully flying there one day. Yeah, it'll be, I'd love to do a zone transit or something over Heathrow. That'd be fantastic. Chewy breakfast with the keyboard warrior. Not a fan. There's the other giveaway, guys. The second giveaway, which has been going on all week. For those of you who might have missed it, so the Gleam link inside the live chat right now is an additional one. Ah, Clayton, yes, that is on the list, but I've got a few other things that I have to do first, of course, and we've had a couple of member bronze, silver and gold frequent flyer member requests for routes 2, which I need to tick off and get done. Oh, damn nice. Let's hope they stay online. We've still got a long way to go, sadly. Quite a long way to go. Tiny cardboard pizza for £5, right? Aviation simulation, I'd imagine. Clayton, that's alright. It's on the list. I'll get round to it. I think Gran Canaria is the one that's got some really good freeware scenery that's just been updated on flightsim.ti, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. When we hit 10,000 subscribers, what would you guys like to see for a group flight? Out of curiosity. One of the ideas was going to be a group flight on VATSIM, but as a VFR flight, which is going to be quite different. Fan, hello to you, welcome. Requesting a flight to Ho Chi Minh City. Leonardo, hi, just randomly got here. Well, welcome, I'm glad you found us. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Give us a like if you are. Dave's asking, have I had a chance to check out the Beirut airport for MSFS yet? No, is it freeware or payware? £3 Kit Kats on Wizz Air, good grief. I would never pay for that. Ever. In fact, if I was going to have to pay for food on the plane, I would most likely be buying it in advance at Tesco. As there's one in Sandown to Red Hill VFR. Have they got scenery both ends by any chance? Jack, I'm glad you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it actually. Clayton, thank you very much. I'm a good pilot. Good to hear. I do try. Yeah, we did a dropout of Gatwick, the new Gatwick scenery. We flew out of there as an EasyJet flight, I think to Mykonos, I think it was, the other day. So this would be the first time for many months flying into Gatwick actually. I've not been able to fly into Gatwick for about 4 or 5 months now because of the really negative performance that I get from the freeware version. So I'm looking forward to comparing it against that with this payware version. Obviously we're flying in and we've just done we will be doing what is a fairly long flight for the sim. Wow, it's only 4 hours, but still fairly decent length of time. Albert's asking, do I have a frames per second drop after many hours of flying? I've not noticed it. Not noticed any in particular. I've got it locked at 35 frames per second though, so I've got a lot of flexibility in my graphics card. Leonardo, this is the Heavy Division mod. It's added to the default aeroplane, the default 787, which you only get, of course, if you've got Premium Deluxe edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Damn, what was my first ever stream flight? Ooh. That's a good question. Actually don't know. Let's have a look. We've done a... oh, no, that's the wrong one. We've done 309 live streams, apparently. I'll try and find it. Hold on. Let's have a look. God, back in those days, I didn't even bother with thumbnails. Oh, we did the... that was the Japan World Update. Nagasaki to Tokyo Haneda. And then we did Gatwick to Edinburgh, fly UK. Yeah, as Jack's saying there, the Payware version looks a little bit... yeah, it's more lived in, isn't it? Leonardo, no, the giveaway is still open. And the giveaway that we've been running all week, separate to this, is also still open. Hazard says Sandown's got some scenery, but no idea about Red Hill. Plasticky, that's quite a good way of describing the freeware version. As much as I like it, the Gatwick freeware version, it is fantastic. You know, everybody loves it, but I find the performance is too bad. But I've noticed as a comparison with the Payware version here that we've got a quite a bit of a difference in the way that the aesthetics and things feel and look. Fans wanting a flight with VietJet to Ho Chi Minh. Leonardo, all you've got to do is answer the question, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? We could do the Japan one again. One of the flights will have to go on to join FS, so everybody across multiple simulators can join and sort of fly along. So we'll do one as like an open celebration, a flight somewhere, and then the other one I think I was going to try and do as a bit of a challenge for us all, the VFR VATSIM flight, which would be quite interesting. Or we just do VFR on join FS like we did before, plus an IFR flight in an airline on VATSIM. Vignesh in India, hello to you, welcome. We're almost at the halfway point. Jack, yeah. Gatwick in real life definitely isn't shiny. It's quite dirty looking, isn't it? Quite matte. Invoker Elstree I don't think has any scenery for it, because I was looking the other day. We could do Gampston to Edinburgh VFR. That could be an interesting one. We've got the Edinburgh Pyre Devco scenery as well. Long haul stream would be really good actually, yeah. William, that would be quite good. Last time we did one of those actually, we did a long haul flight. We did, what did we do? We did JFK, didn't we? We did JFK to Heathrow in the Salty Sim 747, but when we arrived at Heathrow, it was just me and one other left, and we lost about 6 or 7 people. Yeah, we could do Booker, couldn't we? That'd be great. Dave, so FS host, I think it's very similar to join FS. So think of the way VATSIM works with vPilot. People in multiple simulators can basically connect together, which is really nice. So that's why a lot of group flights we do now, we don't do it on a multiplayer server anymore, because that's obviously exclusively just Microsoft Flight Simulator pilots. So what we use now as well is JoinFS, which is free to use, and it's basically a multiplayer server like VATSIM but without the air traffic control. And it means that those of you who have got X-Plane can also join our group flights. X-Plane, P3D, FSX, Heathrow to Dubai. You know what, actually, William, we've been we were supposed to be doing a Heathrow to Tel Aviv a little while ago, weren't we? So we could do that. Not sure if there's any scenery for Ben Gurion Airport though. Dave, yeah, it's literally on the internet, joinfs.net. So joinfs.net. Takes a little bit of configuring. Usually we use the digital theme park server within JoinFS. Really simple to use though. Once you've got it up and running installed, it'll all make sense. Aviation simulation Heathrow to Tel Aviv, yeah, he's wanting that. Yeah, we could have a couple of people fly El Al, we could have Virgin flights, we could have a load of BA flights as well, we could perhaps even have a couple of Osprey World Cargo flights heading over to Tel Aviv too. It's about 6 and a bit hours, I think, from memory. Heathrow, Tel Aviv. And of course, if we organise it well in advance, Tel Aviv has usually got... William, yeah, exactly. Tel Aviv's usually got some ATC online. Most of the time when we stream, there seems to be a bit of Tel Aviv approach on. Voco indeed, and on JoinFS, if we're flying VFR, for example, and we lose somebody, or somebody falls behind, they can right-click one of us that's still in the pack on JoinFS and click follow, and it zaps us straight behind that aeroplane, which is really cool. Yeah, it's the digital theme park server on JoinFS, not the other one. 62 entries so far for today's Gatwick giveaway. Heathrow to Cape Town could be a good long haul. How long is that though? I don't know how much I trust the sim going beyond 6 hours. That's the only worry I've got. Isn't Heathrow Cape Town about 10? That's a long time to be streaming as well. I think I'd need like a IV drip for fluids to keep me going. The commentator, yeah, you could always use was now the experimental version that's been unlocked again, which has got the custom flight plan manager version that I've been previewing for the last week and a bit. So there's an option for you. Or you can use this Heavy Division 787. This is fantastic for VATSIM now. And the Salty Sim 747 is really good for VATSIM too. It's a mod on the 747, of course. Yeah, 10 hours is a lot. 11.5 hours is a lot. Could do Heathrow to Baku aviation simulation as BMI back in the day, or BA when they took over the route. I flew a couple of flights to Baku. One of the most bizarre places I've ever visited in the world. Dan. Yeah, I could do, couldn't I? Manacle, hello to you, welcome. I've been meaning to fly to Keflavik actually, Hazza. I was going to do a flight to Keflavik tomorrow, but of course the Marrakesh scenery got released, and I wanted to check that out. Someone mentioned about scenery that's just been released. Let me scroll up and try and find it. Zach suggested Ottawa to Melbourne. That's a long way. Probably a bit too far for me. One of the events has to be a VFR, of course. Ah, Beirut. Yeah, that's it. Beirut's just been released. Aviation. Commentator, Baku is very strange. There's some huge buildings. Weirdly enough, all the blokes wore the same clothes as the kids. They all wore, every time you looked around and saw like a group of people walking together, if they were male, they would be quite literally wearing a black leather jacket, dark coloured jeans and black shoes, and the kids would be wearing exactly the same. And they had loads of black taxis as well, black cabs, hackney carriages driving around. Also interesting little fact, we were at the hotel and we asked them what their national dish would be, because we wanted to go out and try their national dish, and we were we were told it was kebab, so so we went out and had a kebab to try their national dish. Bizarre. Not somewhere I would rush back to anyway. If that helps. Yeah, it's very random. It's a very random place to go. The only reason why BMI and then later BA operated the route is because of all the oil rigs. Who's released Beirut for MSFS? Yeah, commentator, let me know how it goes. Ah, Simsoft. There's a lot of livery developers that all sound the same. Scenery doesn't look that great though. Beirut Rafik Hariri Airport for MSFS. I guess it's better than the default though, I suppose. They've made Cork though. Cork looks a bit mare as well. There is, yeah, you can sort of see it creeping in actually. There's the high level cloud coming up towards us. Leonardo, you can answer the questions to the giveaway, yes. You need to answer to be able to win, of course. There's some precipitation on the weather radar. Over there somewhere. Let's see. We've got no turbulence radar in this. David, thank you. So we're looking at 2.6, are we, or are we still looking at 0.8? We've got weather. I don't think we have got turbulence radar in this. Let's zoom in. Nothing immediately around us. A little bit of green in 60 miles. The bay route doesn't look too good, to be fair. Oh, hello, welcome. yeah. Send your note, your excuse to me on email, of course, Dwar, and you'll be excused and not required for detention. Monsen, hello. So all you've got to do, guys, if you want to be in with a chance to win a copy of the new Origami Studios London Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Voluntarily give us a little like if you're enjoying the stream. Make sure you hit subscribe and then answer the following question correctly in the live chat. And the question is, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Leonardo, yeah, you have to answer to be able to enter. So you've got to put your answer into the live chat. Question again, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? David, awesome. Do like a bit of 0.8 ops. Approaching Gatwick from a bit of a different point of view is always nice. And of course the rollout takes us straight towards the terminal, so we get a good look as we get closer. There we go. Into the cloud, potentially a bit of turbulence as well. I've put that seatbelt sign on. How are we doing on the LONTA? Let's have a little look, see at our position. Dan's still up ahead, and David's down behind. We actually look really evenly spaced, looking quite nice, passing to the south of Croatia. Croatia's just down here. So, Dan, someone landed at 8 left at Gatwick the other night with ground and tower online. It was chaos to say the least, a big telling off to the pilot. Yeah, I'd imagine that didn't go down too well at all. Oh dear. Johannes, hello, welcome. And Anthony's asking which arrival we're going to be using at Gatwick. We're going to be using the KUNAV 1 Golf arrival, which takes us in via Timber. KUNAV, Timber, and then from Mayfield getting vectored for a bit of an extended downwind leg, and then an approach into Gatwick on 08 right. When we get a lot closer, because we've still got a fair way to go, we'll go through all the charts. The weather could change in the next 2 hours, of course, as well. I've not seen the TAF for Gatwick, which is the weather forecast. Johannes, indeed, yeah. Kai has been requesting Dalaman to Gatwick for months as TUI. So the day I choose to do it, I factor in the new scenery, a giveaway for the scenery as well, and then he goes away for a week. So Kai's not even watching the route that he's requested. He can watch it on demand, of course, but sod's law, I've timed it awfully for him. Pyreek Devco, hello, welcome. Hope you're okay. loving Edinburgh scenery as are many others as well. So I really love your scenery. Some great work. Hope you're okay. What are we planning next, Pyrig? Can you give us a hint? Loads of fuel. That's a lot of weather. It's quite smooth still. Oh, got another one approaching. Exciting. Still need to organise the Edinburgh controller stream. I want to do tower view at Edinburgh as well. Oh, David, awesome. There's the TAF. I can't remember what it means. A terminal aerodrome forecast, I think. From Monday 1 PM to Tuesday 7 PM. Wind 020, north and northeast 8 knots. Visibility 6¼ miles or more. Scattered clouds to 3,000 feet. Perfect. Anthony, yep. Should be buzzing your house at Haywards Heath. I'll try not to knock the chimney off. Also Scotland. Oh, please be Glasgow or Inverness. What other options do we have? Glasgow, Inverness. What other Scottish airfields are there, guys? In the live chat, helps out. Got to try and guess Pyrig Devco's new scenery that's coming soon. And say hello to Pyrig Devco in the live chat as well, folks. Yeah, clouds are fantastic, aren't they? Oh, Aberdeen. Sean's popping in with Presswick. David, Pyrig Devco's already released Edinburgh and it's really fantastic, so recommend you check it out. Oh, nice. Static planes will be toggleable with the next update and it's in the works. That, I'm really looking forward to that. Certainly good to have with being able to turn statics off on VATSIM, especially when it's busy. But yeah, as you're saying there, you've got to have an option to please Xbox users as well. Hopefully you've had really good feedback from Edinburgh so far. It's, I've certainly thought it was a stunning bit of scenery. Really nice scenery work, that. Dan's liking UK 2000's Glasgow. Yeah, they're not particularly friendly though, that's the only problem. And their pricing strategy is a little bit bizarre too. Matt Jack, hello. Terms and conditions, remember, only one entry per person. So you can have 3 different YouTube accounts, but if I know it's the same person, you will be ineligible, and if you get drawn as a winner, someone else will get drawn. It'll be rolled again. So only enter the one time with a with an account. That's a good question. I'm not afraid. In the future, will Pyrig Devco be on Contrail? Contrail, of course, is one of our stream partners, and they help me bring you guys some really good Contrail related sceneries as well, which is really nice. Well, making a mess of moving that around the screen. And they're also generously going to be giving us some additional things to give away over the next few months or onwards as the partnership stays in place. We'll be able to bring you guys gift card giveaways and loads of previews of new scenery coming soon from folks like 29 Palms. All through the Contrail partnership that we've got as a stream sponsor. And of course we're also sponsored by Navigraph, which is why I get to bring you guys all of those fantastic Navigraph charts. Leonardo, I can check. Let's have a look. Yep, Leonardo Lima, you've got an entry. Ben's asking what the giveaway is for the what the question is for the giveaway. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? And if you check the live chat, there's an additional giveaway going on courtesy of MSFS Simulations via that gleam.io link. So yeah, check it all out. There's lots of giveaways on this channel if you're tuning in for the very first time. Very community focused. Noah, have I got a spot in Cross the Arctic? No. When is it? And having a POG flight captain, I am indeed. I assume that's aviation simulation. And where's the link, Noah? Is there a link that I can have a little look at for Cross the Arctic slots? Hopefully I can see if I'm off or not that day and working it all out. It is aviation simulation. Pyrig Devco, were any of our guesses close or correct for your new scenery? Magic, I'm not sure what to suggest. I think what you're going to need to delete any of the drivers that you've got for your T-Fly HOTAS X and then reinstall it, but it may well be that if you've got one that's specific to the PS3, perhaps that could be the problem. I'm not sure how it works really. I'm not the best with technology, so probably not the best to give advice. Wow, Zach's done his... oh, that's a lot of red. That's got to be below me though, surely. We got weather tilts on here. No idea. I assume that the red clouds are below 4th of September. I think I'm working. Let me check. I've got my thing. Let's see. September. Oh no, I'm off. What's the link? I'd love to try and get a slot for that. We could do that across the Arctic live. Anti-ice is on auto because we're going through cloud. Put the wing light on anyway. I'll put that back on. Just because. Zach's flown Manchester to Dalaman a handful of times with Jet 2. Great flight. Great airline as well, by the sounds of it, from what I've heard. Look at that cloud. Stunning. VATSIM across the Arctic. Back Canada. Across the Arctic, welcome to Cross the Arctic. 3 departure airports, 3 arrival airports, and a whole lot of snow and ice in between. On Saturday, September the 4th, between 11 and 2 UTC, we'll have Amsterdam Schiphol, Cologne, and Helsinki Vantaa staffed to the gills to accommodate your departure to either Vancouver, Calgary, or SeaTac. And all along the route, we'll staff en route facilities to supply you everything you need to expect from a long-haul flight. Bring your favourite long-haul aircraft, your BizJet, whatever you want, to join us for 9+ hours of packed airspace and professional air traffic control. Bookings will open at 18Z on the 21st of August with 90 slots available. Oof. Let's see if I can get a slot then. What have we got? Slots. Amsterdam Schiphol to Vancouver. Oh, that's a bit too late. Damn. Amsterdam to Calgary. Good grief. Have they got any shorter flights? Well, there's a lot of options, folks. Vancouver, SeaTac or Calgary? Calgary is probably the closest, isn't it? Or am I getting my maps really wrong? Had to be the furthest part of Canada, didn't it? Couldn't be like Toronto or something. Calgary, Vancouver, SeaTac. Calgary is the closest. Amsterdam to Calgary is the shortest. Could be cheeky, we could do like Heathrow to Calgary, but we wouldn't have a slot, and I'd rather have a slot. Oh, that's a long flight though. What do you think, guys? Do you reckon it's worth booking a slot for something like that? That's 1 o'clock to 9 PM is flying time. That's a long time to be streaming. That's a lot of electricity to pay for as well. Any of you guys doing the flights? Commentator, how long and what time of day? So it's 11 from 11Z, but the only slots free from 12. Yeah, so about 11ish Z. No, sorry, 12Z. About 1 o'clock UK time. Yeah, I don't trust the sim over 6 hours. I've not pushed it beyond 6.5 actually. That's the longest flight that I've done actually. Cythera, no, I've noticed the same thing today. The standard button didn't work, I couldn't press it. So it must be one of those new bugs that's popped in. No, nice. What slot have you got and where are you flying to? Do we know when Cross the Pond eastbound is going to be? Because obviously in April we had Cross the Pond westbound, but I'd love to do Cross the Pond eastbound if I'm free. Do we know when that's going to be roughly? Oh, I can't find anything online that that tells me when Cross the Pond eastbound's happening. I'd love to do that. It tends to be a slightly less flight time as well. The commentator, I could try and step away for a couple of hours, but the problem is I'd have a load of I'd have all of the oceanic controllers online too, so it'd actually be quite busy. That was going Amsterdam to Calgary as well, nice. Yeah, David, hopefully it's when I'm not away in Greece. I would quite like to do it. I think last time Cross the Pond was happening eastbound. I think it's roughly when I'm supposed to be away. It would be good to do one of these events. Long hauls are a lot though, aren't they? They're a lot to deal with on not only on the live stream, but just in general to sort of maintain and deal with. Got to be worth it. Dave's saying there, he doesn't properly trust MSFS just yet for long calls. I'd be fuming if we went sort of halfway across the pond or got to about 5, 6, 7 hours, and on the 7th hour, just as we're thinking about descent, it crashed the desktop. I'd be absolutely raging. Especially after that length of time. Flying, turning into a headwind now. Wow, M'M Sen, wow, you did New York to Singapore. I'm tempted to book a slot just in case. I just thought, actually, you know what we could do on the same day that the across the Arctic event is happening? We could do an oceanic flight to New York, because we would still have the oceanic controllers online. That could be interesting. Dickens, good afternoon. Richard, try using a different web browser. So if you've tried it on Chrome, try what's it? God, I'm having a mind fart. Try Explorer. Dave, think the longest flight so far X plane was ZSPD to KMM in the cargo looks. Wow. Yeah, that's quite a long one. Ilamudin, welcome to you. Hope you're okay. David's managed Dublin to Toronto in an A320neo, and the sim worked fine. Yeah, keeping the focus levels up is quite difficult, isn't it? In real life, obviously the pilots would go away. Well, look, there's is that the Alps that we're starting to tickle? Look at that blue lake there. Wow, I assume that's what Dan's just referred to. Oh, good to see the drone cam's doing its own thing. It's a shame about the tail being reversed on this side, that's really annoying. So I'll have to... yes, that's kind of destroys the screenshot, doesn't it? There's no pretty lake down this side of the aeroplane, that's for sure. Look at that. It's a huge mountain. Richard, hi, great stream, thanks. Can I ask a question? Does anybody know the correct email address to contact VATSIM about duplicate accounts by chance? I think probably it'd probably be an idea to that mountain. It'd probably be a good idea to just create a ticket on the VATSIM website. That's probably the easiest way. Hello Kolkata event is about 4+ hours. Is that on the same day by any chance? Matt check. All you've got to do, I think, if that's the home button on your T-Flight throttle, just click it. It should then go green. Clayton, how long left? We're over the halfway point. The ETA should be at the top of your screen. So I think we've got 2 hours left to go or something. 1 hour 17 minutes apparently. Give me shelter. Yes, that is a very long haul. Sitting in the back of a cargo military aircraft to the Falklands. That's a good screenshot because it hides the silly nonsense with the tail being reversed. Dickens, yeah, flying the Heavy Division 787, working really nicely. Sean's never done a long haul, would love to do transatlantic but always get bored. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult keeping that level of focus and energy up for a long haul. What you want to do really is push into an event. So you have loads of ATC online, constantly traffic going on, aeroplanes all around you as well, so there's always stuff to see, watch, do, that sort of stuff. And you could do what my mate does and streams a movie alongside on his tablet, so he can watch a movie whilst doing his long haul. For the giveaway, all you need to do is make sure you've hit subscribe and answer the following question correctly. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? There's a little hint from Pyrig Devco from the new Pyrig Devco scenery that's being modelled at the moment. It says he's currently modelling the Emirates Lounge, and if you know where that is in Scotland, you can guess the next project. It's got to be Glasgow. Glasgow or Aberdeen. Philip, hello, welcome. Dickens, yeah, the giveaway's still live. You just got to answer the question. It will stay live until we've got to standard shutdown. Philip's joining us from Lowy, and you brilliant. You started Skytrack this time. I still need to log a Fly UK flight. It's not good, is it? We're just about. Where are we at the moment? We're just about to fly past Bolzano at the moment. So actually, Philip, that's some good timing. It's got to be Glasgow for that new Pyrig Devco scenery. Exciting. Hopefully I'll be able to bring you guys some little like previews of that or something. There we go, guys. We've you guys know before everybody else where the new scenery for Pyrig Devco is going to be. Can't wait for that. It's going to be great. David, nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just about to hit the 30 days for the second month in a row. Whoops. I'm finding it quite limited with the A320 routes at the moment, being obviously the only aircraft that we can have short haul in Microsoft Flight Simulator that's fairly decent. Perhaps I should go over to like the Australia bit of it, Topaz Sky, do some Topaz Sky stuff. Oh, Brian, nice. 6 years of Fly UK. Wow. When does my warning letter come? Let's have a little look. I'll log onto their website. I'm fairly certain it's very soon. You're literally in 2 days. I get my warning letter. Next flight due by Wednesday the 25th. What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow's not a route, I don't think. No, it's not. It's Barcelona to Marrakesh. Well, I'll have my warning letter tomorrow then. Whoops. Oh, David, that's a good question. You know what? I really don't know because the logbook is so balked in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I genuinely don't know how many hours I've done. I'm certain I've done more than 500. Right, yeah, I can book a vacation. I'm hoping I don't need to because it's only the one flight a month that we need to do. Look at that down below, guys. Wow. Which makes me think, what's on the other side of the aeroplane? Clayton, no, you can't use Microsoft Flight Simulator on PS, I'm afraid. You could just about get it on the brand new Xbox, but it won't be the same. Sadly, it won't be the same level of detail that you can expect from the PC version. Philip, I can't do Wednesday, sadly. It'll have to be Thursday. I've been called into work on Wednesday. No, sorry, hold on, what am I on about? Yes, Wednesday. We're going to do it on Wednesday. Thursday I'm working. God, I'm glad I checked that now. Good grief. Fine Vocal, what's the minimum hours on Fly UK? I think you have to do 5 hours as a Class E, and then you can unlock the A320. But if you've got the Aerosoft CRJ, that is a Class E aircraft, I believe, so you can pretty much fly probably what is the best aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment, straight away with Fly UK. With some really good routes. Birmingham to Innsbruck, for example, that's fantastic. Yeah, Scenic South America tour on Wednesday. It's the next leg is going to be to Brasilia, I think. Where are we at the moment? That's a good question. On that Scenic South America Fly UK tour. Let's have a quick look on their website. We are in Sao Paulo at the moment on that tour, and we've got to go to Brasilia with an hour and 30 flight time. And then the final leg, Brasilia to Salvador at the end. Per month, you just got to do one flight a month, basically, Thine Voca. As Brian's saying there. And it could literally be a short Heathrow to Manchester, and that's ticked you off. Or Gatwick to Manchester, I think, actually, is the route that they do with the A320 on Fly UK. Oh, Brian, does Flying Club hours count to keep your account active then? Don't forget to enter today's giveaway. All you've got to do is hit subscribe and then answer, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? So all you've got to do is pop the answer to that question into the live chat to be with your chance to win once you've hit subscribe. And if you're enjoying it as well, give us a little like too. The Payware version, Dickens, I think, personally I prefer it a lot. I find it looks a lot more realistic. It's a lot dirtier, and and it's not so reflective. And as somebody said earlier, sort of, it doesn't look so plasticky compared. So the Payware Origami Studios Gatwick is really nice compared, and performance-wise, it's a lot better for me. I struggle with the freeware Gatwick performance nowadays, sadly. Stephen, awesome, nice. All Flying Club Pyreps over 1 hour duration will keep your active status. Didn't know that about the Flying Club. That's interesting. I do desperately need to get a Fly UK flight in, urgently as well. Mind you, when they give you the little warning letter to say that you've not flown for a month, they give you another 28 days anyway to fly, so they actually give you 2 months before they deactivate your account, which is quite nice. It's certainly the more sort of the most relaxed VA that I've been a part of. I've been part of BA Virtual, and I didn't get any abuse from anybody there, but I found that I had there was a bit of toxicity towards my tutorials that I was doing for the A320 by the so-called A320 training captain that they had there, and he then deactivated my BA virtual account, so not a fan. Minty, the time left is on the top of your screen, so we've pretty much got an hour to go. We're passing over the Alps at the moment, making really good progress actually, to be fair. So Innsbruck's on our right hand side, and we've got we're going to be going through just south of Liechtenstein, over Switzerland. I know what we need to do at some point as well. We need to go to St. Gallen or St. Gallen in Switzerland with that new MMM Simulations scenery that we had, that sort of showcase video that I did about 2 weeks ago. I need to do some VFR to Samadan as well. That'd be quite nice. But yeah, about an hour to go, Minty, for us today. Chris, hello, hope you're okay. Weekend was okay, been working sadly, so usually interesting shifts for me. Does the 787 auto throttle light blink a lot, and does it have difficulty slowing down on approach with the 787 mod? So the 787 itself is it's quite a slippy aircraft. It's really nicely aerodynamic, so you will find that if you mistime the descent and you end up descending too steep, you will find that you'll struggle to sort of lose speed. So yeah, it's certainly more realism with the mod now, most definitely. So you can quite easily find that you got to slow it down in advance, basically. Yeah, the 787 auto throttle light, just as Baz was asking for a cockpit view, not noticing it flickering. Seems okay. I did a fresh install of the mod today though, just in case there was any updates and changes. Still got, yeah, they're off, that's good. There you go, Basil. We can stay with the cockpit view for a little while. I can bring that range up now as well, because I know that we've got away from that weather. Need to reset that. Still got a bit of time to get your entry in for today's giveaway to win a copy of the new Origami Studios Gatwick. Some lovely scenery that they've made for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And one of the busiest airports on the VATSIM network as well. Certainly the busiest, and timed to perfection by Nightbot. Separate to this giveaway today, we've also been giving away 9 €5 gift cards for Simulations on Sim Market via the Gleam link that Nightbot has just put into the live chat, and that's another giveaway that we've got running at the moment that's open for 2 more days. Dickens, you want to answer the question? Well, from now until we land, really. It's been the giveaway will stay open until we land. Stephen, yeah, I guess if they checked the PIREP and it was underneath under the hour limit that they've put in their own FAQs, they could delete the PIREP, I suppose. Chris, yes, definitely. Yeah, you've got to be ahead of the aeroplane for descent in this, otherwise it does run away from you a little bit. And that's been confirmed with a real 787 pilot that's been given a bit of advice within Heavy Division. It's, as they said, it's very slippery. It's probably quite a good way of describing it as well, actually. The mod hasn't been updated today, but I updated it today anyway because I've not used it for a few weeks, so I wasn't sure if I'd maybe missed an update or so. I think the last update was, what, last week or the week prior? Yeah, if you want to enter the giveaway for Gatwick, guys, make sure you get your answer in before we land and shut down at Gatwick. Give me shelter, what's fickle? Dan, Fly UK Gatwick to Zurich, great flight to keep hours ticking over. It's about an hour and a bit actually as well, isn't it? And as you're saying there, the Zurich scenery by FS Dream Team is stunning. Really nice bit of scenery, that. Chris, no worries. You're flying Gatwick to Palma, and on the approach it was way too fast, even using the star and keeping the altitudes. Yes, it does tend to be quite slippery, so you've got to slow it down before. Similar to the CRJ actually, in the sense that with the CRJ, you've got to think, instead of thinking 2 minutes ahead, for example, you've got to think 4 or 5 minutes ahead of the aeroplane with that, otherwise it runs away from you a little bit and then it becomes a bit tricky to slow the speeds down or get the right altitude.
QNH at Lima 0 Hotel, please. 1031. 1031, thank you very much. Nevada 786. And 7869er is line number waiting 34 via Echo 9. And your traffic confirm, no one taking off runway 28
Randolph, hello, welcome, hope you're okay. Chris, if in doubt, you can always put the flight detents out using the spoilers, the speed brakes, that's what they're there for. Also asking what the question for the giveaway is. So, loud pilot. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Yeah, that's the only issue with the 747 and the 787. More so the 747, actually, to be honest. And that's because the flight models haven't really been changed by the mods, so they're still a little bit, they're still a bit asobo-y, and therefore a bit. The ground effect and the float are a bit crazy. So instead of flaring about 50 and idling at 30, like Sathira's saying. Realistically, you don't want to use full flaps in this. You want to use flaps 25 instead of 30, for example, and you want to then idle at about 100 feet because it just doesn't want to land very much. Birdman, the A32NX is certainly okay, yeah. What I'd probably recommend now for the first time in a long time is using the experimental branch, which has just been updated with the new custom flight plan manager that I've been previewing over the last week or two. So available for everybody to try now. Aaron, hello. Can't get the IRS to align with the 787 since Sim Update 5. By any chance, have you updated it since? Make sure you've updated it so that you've got the latest like the development version of the 787 Heavy Division mod. And then, what you can do, if it's not aligning properly, go into the Heavy mod, IRS menu, and then hit Force Align. And what it should then do is force it into place. Sathira, I try and avoid flaring at all very much in the 787 or the 747 because I'm finding the ground effect almost does it for you. Aaron, hello, welcome. Hope you're okay. Dan Plays, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. And Sid Lamb, hi to you as well. Hope you're good. Getting in the answer to the giveaway for the question there as well. Got until we land, of course, and shut down to get your entry in for today's Gatwick Airport giveaway, courtesy of Origami Studios. And don't forget to enter the Gleam giveaway that we've got live as well, separate to this one today, but we've got that running for the next 2 days too. And that's to win a load of €5 gift cards for MSFS Simulations Scenery stuff on Sim Market. And if you're a bronze, silver and gold frequent flyer, head to the Discord server, go to the members lounge and click the pinned messages and you'll find a extra giveaway for another €5 gift card, redeemable for MM Simulations Dalaman Sim Market within the Discord server for the for you guys who are bronze, silver and gold frequent flyers as well. So currently we've got 3 giveaways running on the channel today, which is keeping us busy. Encrypted Noob, hello to you, welcome, hope you're okay. Basil with a smasher of a question there. Of the 3 aircraft, the fly-by-wire A32NX, the Salty, I think you mean the Salty Sim 747 and the Heavy Division 787, which do you like the most and which do you think is more complete? That is a tough question there. In completeness, I would say the fly-by-wire aircraft is probably further along, but my favourite aircraft out of the 3 at the moment is the Heavy Division 787. A, because I love massive aeroplanes. B, because I think it now flies really quite nicely. Give or take the issues with the flight model and the way sort of the ground effect works and things, but once you can work around that, it's an absolute pleasure to fly. It holds really well as well. It holds nicely. The custom flight plan manager is quite reliable, and the fact that it's got that split takeoff profile and the climb profile as well makes departures really effortless. There's this second giveaway, guys, in the live chat links there from Nightbot, so that's an extra giveaway that you guys can enter. Don't forget to do that too, as well as entering today's Gatwick giveaway by answering the question: who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Don't forget to subscribe before you pop your answer into the live chat today. And if you're enjoying today's stream and you want more stuff like this, give us a like as well while you're here. Yeah, certainly all 3 are able to be used on VATSIM now, which is really nice. Cythera, I've not noticed that as a bit of a problem. It's a bit strange. Not sure what to suggest. When the mouse disappears, there is something I discovered on the last live stream. So say for example we're moving this around and then it disappears, like it's just done now. I've lost my mouse. If you click on your keyboard, you've got the left, right, up and down arrows. If you click down, it comes back. If you click up, it disappears. Click down, it comes back. There you go. So that's how you get your mouse back. If you're panning around and suddenly it disappears and stops moving, stops working, and you lose the cursor, you click the up and down arrows on your keyboard. One of them should bring it back whilst wiggling the mouse about. Basil, you need to, it's not a bug, it's just something that's changed with the textures on Sim Update 5. So what you need to do is you need to go into all of your liveries, go to flightsim.to and basically update them all. So that they work properly with Sim Update 5. Sidlam, what you're going to want to do is go to the installer for the fly-by-wire A32NX and get the latest experimental version now. They've unlocked the experimental branch again, and they've put the custom flight plan manager that I've been using over the last few weeks into that, which is really good. Dan, you think a couple of others may have joined from Switzerland? You're now sandwiched. Brilliant. Let's have a look at Volante here. We've got Philip McCarley just ahead of us. Dan's then ahead, and then we've got Speedbird 2583 in front of Dan, and you've got Nozki heading out of Zurich back to Heathrow in an A321. Who else have we got here? He's going to Heathrow. Tomjet 490's down behind, passing Zurich. We look pretty good on separation still, to be fair. Just hope we get some ATC online, otherwise it's going to be usual carnage when we get closer to Gatwick on Unicom, which I won't be looking forward to. Runway 08 right in use at the moment with the ATIS for the weather, by the looks of it. Yeah, the big thing to know if you're using the Payware experimental branch is that they offer absolutely zero support with it. So you use it on your own risk, and if anything doesn't work, then you're not going to get any support from Payware from that. Even if you reach out for help on the Discord server, their policy at the moment is no support at all for the experimental branch. Currently, it doesn't have a terrain radar or a weather radar or TCAS. So if you're using that experimental branch for fly-by-wire, you won't get the TCAS alert, you won't get the traffic appearing here on your nav display, you won't get terrain readouts either, things like that, so just bear that in mind. Oh, Dan, awesome. Love a bit of Gatwick approach. Gatwick director. That's going to help out massively. It's Lively Videos, hello. How are you doing, buddy? David, at what point do you turn the auto throttle off? That's a good question. Depends how I feel, really. Sometimes I might put it off at about 1,000 feet with the autopilot and fly it all in manually. Sometimes I leave it on right to the very end, just before I get to minimums, turn it off. Depends how I feel. Depends what the weather's doing as well, actually. Sometimes it's easier to let the auto throttle control when it's if the wind's particularly choppy, for example. Sometimes it just works out nicer for me to let the auto throttle manage everything. That's back to front, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like it. Hey Randolph, thank you very much. Thanks for the super chat, really appreciate that, supporting the stream. Very kind of you. Cheers, buddy. Captain Campbell went A32NX experimental yesterday from Haneda to Taipei. Worked and looked great with a minus 134 foot per minute greaser in VR. Nice. Dickens, awesome. And DCMO, absolutely nothing from Majestic. Radio silence from them as well, sadly. Cythera, yeah, wakey wakey. Aviation Simulations just greased his bird into Stansted, good effort. Thanks for the V-Pilot chat. Basil, I think your wish about P3D aircraft coming to MSFS, in particular PMDG, that will come true soon. They're obviously working on their 737. They're hoping to get that out over the next 2 to 3 months, and then of course they'll be working on their 777, which I really can't wait for. What a great aircraft that is. And then their 747 as well at some point through 2022, so really cool. Explain flight physics. I don't think the flight physics in Microsoft Flight Simulator aren't actually that bad. It's just the way the aircraft are coded at the moment. The sim is the most realistic sim, simulation-wise, that there's ever been. To the point where the simulator, and I only learned this recently, it simulates static pressure around the aircraft accurately, true to life. Swap flies, just had my flight experience in a PA-28. Best thing I've ever done, on to the PPL next year. Awesome in real life, hopefully. In which case, if it is real life, that's fantastic. And hopefully you enjoyed doing a bit of pitch roll and things like that. Decimo, yeah, I do love the Aerosoft CRJ though a lot. But very much looking forward to that PMDG 737. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to bring you guys some great content with that when that comes, although I'm going to have to learn it from scratch because I've never used one before, which will be interesting. And some of you guys in a similar position will be able to learn alongside me, of course. Never quite understood the decision to bring the experimental version back, to be honest, Chris. I was an advocate of it being put into the development version instead. After all, the stable version is the one that stays the same, with everything that's proven to work. The development version is basically the experimental branch in my eyes. So I don't know why they, why create a third branch? It just confuses people. Birdman, yeah, MSFS just keeps getting better. I don't have any of the simulator, but I've not yet at the point where I want to get in another sim and give up on this. I thoroughly enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yes, it has its flaws. Most do. Making some good progress here. KUNAV in 200 and something miles. Right, so we can start looking at the charts really. As we enter French airspace, passing Orol-Empon. Navgraph. So we're going to be flying a KUNAV 1 Golf Arrival, which is this, and this one in particular is going to be tricky in the 787 because, as we were discussing earlier, it's quite slippery. We have to be at AMDA at flight level 160, and then just 25 miles later we have to be at Timber at 7,000 feet. There's a hold at Mayfield there, and ordinarily if we were on 26 left all of this becomes very much a rush. I don't think we're going to achieve Timber at 7,000 without using speed brake in flight D10, to be fair, because it is quite a steep arrival procedure even in an A320. But then we're expecting the ILS runway 08 right, which is going to look something like this. Bear with me. So, in via Timber, which is just here, 7,000, and then you can see here, descend in holding to 4,000 feet. If you're entering via Willow. Which of course we're not going to be doing. So we've got a little one blob there on that hold. Where is it? There we go. Leave Mayfield holding via track of 258 degrees at 3,000 feet. So you can see there, if we're in a hold at Mayfield, for example, and we were told to exit, we can exit at this point here, and we leave on a track of 258 down to then join this leg at 3,000. We've got to be tracking the Midhurst VOR and the Mayfield VOR. And we're going to be vectored at this point by Gatwick Director if they're still online, giving vectors all the way around to then intercept the ILS approach with a inbound course of 078 degrees and an ILS frequency of 110.9er. And then there's a final approach chart which looks like this. So we've got two charts for this. So our frequency of 110.9, final approach course of 078. Missed approach information there, climb to 3000, straight ahead until passing 2000, or 1 DME IGG inbound, whichever is later. Then turn right on a heading of 178 degrees, and then as directed. Usually they'd vector you on a downwind, back down to re-establish and try again. Aircraft on a missed approach have right of way over other aircraft joining, so that are inbound, so most of them, say for example there's a missed approach going on at the airfield and you're just leaving Mayfield and heading down here, you would be vectored away, probably either back to Mayfield or you'd be vectored wider and told to slow down to then let this aeroplane come in and then have another attempt at approaching. Transition altitude is 6, it says by ATC there, we'll have that on the ATIS information, but if not I'll put something like 7,000 in. There's a note there that says ILS DME read 0 at runway 08 displace threshold, which is always interesting, good to know. And you can see there that we're on a 3-degree ILS glide slope on that little table down below there. Got a couple of points that we need to check our altitude, so for DME we want to be at 1,520 feet, and at 570 feet 1 DME from the threshold. You can see our minimums there for Cat 3A ILS is 50, or a Cat 2 ILS, which is probably what I'm just going to go for today. I'll run out with 296 for an MDA, 296. We'll round that up to 300. Nice and easy. So, it helps us save time. We can go arrival, ILS 08 right, transition via timber, KUNAV 1 Golf, execute. I can't remember why that's gone blue. I don't think it's executed yet. There we go. Got a top of descent marker up there, look by Sommel. We can see that little blob just come into play up there. And Navrad, here we go. So we want to make sure the ILS frequency is put in. This is the first time I'm landing at Gatwick for about 5 months, I think. We want 110.9er, which is IGG. In that goes. We want Mayfield of 117.9er. Midhurst of 114.0. I wonder if it lets me name it. Can't remember. No. Doesn't matter. But that's all pretty much ready to go. One thing we will need to do is go into the approach pose. We'll get a bit closer, and I'm going to select flaps 25 approach, which gives us a VREF of 154. So 159 for approach speeds. Just going to make a little note of that. It will probably change again when we get a bit closer, because we're going to be burning off fuel, of course, until we get to that point. Lovely, you've got approach and tower online, fantastic. Yeah, the Phoenix A320 SID-LAM is going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to that. Basil, yeah, the thing with PMTG aircraft is that they are more costly than the sim itself, lol, but totally worth it. Yeah, definitely. Certainly the 737 I think is going to be touching towards £100 again. But they pretty much build the aeroplane to be as realistic as possible, so yeah, I mean, look how good the PMDG DC-6 was. That's a beautiful aeroplane to fly. I really enjoy using that. And in fairness, I need to get back in that as well. I'm still maybe 2% into learning it. Chris Sultan, awesome. So hopefully you'll see what I do anyway. If it starts to get a bit slippery and the speed starts to run away from me, which I imagine it will, you'll be able to see what I'm doing to see if it's the same as yourself, and if not, I could either be doing it better or worse. We're about to find out. It's quite steep in the A320, so I'd imagine it's going to be quite difficult to descend and maintain speed without using detent, which is... Oh, of course, I can't see it there. Basically, we're going to deploy the speed brake. I'm thinking detent, I'm thinking 747. Halfway down the speed brake arm is going to be there's a line that says detent, which is really good. You basically deploy the speed brake to that. Basil, it's going to be Payware, sadly. But they've said it's going to be reasonably priced. I'm expecting around £50, I think, £50 to £60 for that Phoenix A320. Perhaps more, perhaps less. It could be, I mean, quite a few people have suggested it could be nearer to £40, which would be fantastic. Oh, we can get ATIS. 136525. Let's see if we got voice. A lot of the time, the voice ATIS just...
Runway in use.
There we go.
Left. Transition level, flight level 70. Surface wind 0.
Write this down. Once it resets, this is voice ATIS, by the way, guys. Gives you all the data for the airfield. So it goes through a recorded message, and then it will reset and just keep repeating itself.
Acknowledge receipt of information Tango and advise aircraft type on first contact. Gatwick information Tango, time 0920 Zulu. Runway in use 26 left. Transition level.
Well, but that's not correct. They've got the wrong voice ATIS. So, all well and good listening to that, but it's entirely incorrect. So the ATIS information at the moment is ATIS information Echo, time 1420 Zulu, runway in use 08 right. Transition level, flight level 70. Surface wind of 010 degrees at 10 knots, varying between 350 and 120 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 2,800 feet. Temperature plus 20 degrees Celsius. Dew point plus 13 degrees Celsius, and wow, that's high. A QNH of 1028. And information Echo. And then it says advise aircraft type on first contact as well. Oh, nice. What movie are you watching in flight? VATSIM 123, hello to you, welcome. Yeah, voice ATIS is usually very hit and miss. But it's the first time I've actually heard the voice element work for quite a while, so at least you guys have heard it. Some of you might have heard ATIS for the very first time. Chris, yeah, you've always got to check the NavRad pages or the RadNav pages, depending on what aircraft you're in. Flight Sim 123. You could get the experimental branch and you'll have the new custom flight plan manager, or if you want a little bit more of a sort of wider use of like TCAS, weather radar, terrain radar, use the dev branch. Depends on your ability as well, how much experience you've got using the A320. Dave Mackie, the minute the Phoenix drops, the A32NX gets deleted. I think they're both good in their own right. I think the fact that they both exist together is a really good thing for competition, but it's going to be interesting to see how they compare. 126825. We'll get that tuned in the box ready. Greg, check your keybinds inside settings, the control settings, and look for drone cam up or something like that. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but you might have maybe overwritten one of the keybinds. Yeah, Michael, the custom flight plan manager does work quite well. Not always though, so don't trust it 100%. You will find sometimes you'll get a bit of like spaghetti junction on there. Most of the time it'll iron itself out, but you've really got to watch out for the, like we did on the Tokyo Narita to Kushiro stream last week. We were showing off the custom flight plan manager as a bit of a preview. It bugged out on us quite significantly, so you still have to watch it quite closely. It's not as smooth as this, sadly. Not yet anyway. But they're trying, and they're making progress. Aviation Simulation, no, they've finally updated the experimental version again to add the custom flight plan manager. Although, personally, I'd rather it just be in the dev branch. Still got tons of fuel on board. Jack, if the SimBrief integration doesn't work too well in the experimental branch, what you might need to do is put it all in manually, basically. Just type it in manually inside the flight computer yourself. It takes a bit longer to do so, but always worth knowing how to do that. And I have done tutorials on that as well months ago to show people how to do those. SIDLAM, sadly nothing. There's been utter radio silence from Quality Wings. They were supposed to release in June 2021, of course, as their estimate of Q2, end of Q2. That's long gone now. But yeah, even then, they've not come out and said, look, we've hit X, Y, and Z as a problem. We're working on it. We've revised the estimate to November. We've just heard absolutely zero instead, which is a bit of a concern. It's led to a couple of people across the community suggesting they may have fizzled out into non-existence or extinction. Snakes on a plane, yeah. Probably not the best thing to watch on an aeroplane. Chris, exactly, and if you are flying an ILS, make sure you check the charts, because some ILS approaches around Europe and the States, or anywhere else in the world to be fair, can also be offset ILSs, so they might not take you straight to the runway. So check your charts and you'll see that. So theory, yeah, most likely, but you know, at the same time they should communicate that to people waiting. Right, watching whilst getting uniform ready for air cadet inspection, nice stuff. I spent pretty much my entire childhood in the air cadets, from the age of 13 up to 20. Went through onto VGSs, and that's where I was doing the flying instruction stuff on the VGS. Absolutely loved it. Dan's 20 miles from top of descent. I'm not too far off. What are we? Or coming up to 40 miles from top of descent now. If we put data on here, guys, you'll see how it's got a couple of different targets, although somewhat incorrect. Only ever so slightly. Ivoca, definitely not. At least we get to fly on the regular. Or at least I did when I was there. Not long to go now, guys. Almost at top of descent. We've gone through the approach stuff already. And as a reminder for the... well, that's what the initial approach is going to look like for 08, right? But as a reminder for the KUNAV 1 Golf, I want to make sure my charts are available now for the star. That's what we're going to be expecting here. So, level at AMDA 160, then timber, flight level 70. I mean, some stars will give you, say, 130 miles or so through the procedure on the star to get to the transition into the actual airport itself via, for example, Mayfield Timber. But this one, literally 40 miles, or 40.2 miles, I think to be exact, from KUNAV to Timber. And that means you've got to go from, say, 26,000 feet all the way down to 7,000 feet in 40 miles, which is quite a challenge in this aeroplane. Parachute all below. Oh, that drone cam is such a pain in the backside. Where? Bonjour Paris. No idea. David, I'd love to, but just don't have the time anymore. And there's no VGSs near me, sadly. Of course, they've got rid of the Vigilant Fleet too. Richards, yeah, they're always looking for adult staff, as David's saying. Oh, Birdman, that sounds awesome. Chris, no worries, thanks. Good luck in the draw. Quick check of V-Pilot. We've still got Gatwick approach on 126825. Yeah, I think it's just through the cloud. That's why we can't see it. I don't know. Gonna be right off in the distance over there somewhere, isn't it? Under there somewhere. Who knows? That's a frames per second black hole anyway. Parachute goal. Top descent markers coming up, so we're tracking that. David flew in the Chipmunk as well, so I did a couple of flights in the Grob Tutor, which was awesome. Really enjoyed that. Blacked out on one of those sorties actually. We pulled way too many G and I didn't brace in time for it and I passed out. And then I did all my flying training, or the glider training. It was in the Grob Vigilant, which is a powered self-launching glider. I then went on to do the instructor stuff too as well. Flight radar, you could give it a go. Albapino, bonjour. That's the route I was taking, but then we had some austerity and stuff clicking years back, and the RAF suddenly was not an option for me, sadly. In short. Nice. David, that sounds fantastic. Top of descent. First port call. Flight level 160, level by AMDUT. We've got a 23 knot crosswind at the moment. So, down we go. We'll do flight level change. Not done that for a little while. David Parsons, indeed. I have control, you have control. Making sure your feet are on the floor as well, so not near the rudder pedals. Right, back, decimal 86, down we go. We're going to not cheat, but QNH at Gatwick was 1028, so I'm actually going to program that one here. We've got Midhurst tracking, and we've got oh, I've got a discontinuity there. Crikey. Guess that's coming out. AMDUT KK64 timber. That's not correct. Looks like we're going to have to fly this blind, guys. Look at that. Straight line from timber. We know that's not right. Oh. It's back. Wow. Thank goodness for that. Quick little refresh. Execute. Check for any other discontinuities. It won't let me remove that one, but that's in case of a missed approach, so not too worried about that. There we go. Looking good. Could use VNAV. I probably will, because it's allowing us to descend a lot quicker than I'd like, to be fair. But I've not used flight level change in quite a while. We have to be level by AMDUT, so I'm focusing on where that banana is going. You can see now we haven't got too far to go. But I'm also aiming for a bit of a continuous descent all the way down. And Gatwick traffic, Tomjet 409 Heavy is a 787-10 passing KESAX inbound, KUNAV 1 Golf arrival, Gatwick traffic.
Alpaca 1 place Alpha Charlie.
Alpaca 15 Alpha Charlie, thank you. Climb flight level 90.
Climb for level 90, Alpaca 1 place Alpha Charlie.
Tomjet 398, nothing further. Unicom now 122 decimate.
290. So you can see now 2200 isn't good enough to achieve AMDUT. So we've got a flight level change.
Royal 619, speed 220 knots.
Hayden, thanks very much. Welcome on board. Make sure you head to our Discord server. Ping myself or William, one of the mods, and we'll make sure we get you access.
315 Delta, speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, Osprey 315.
We'll make sure we get you access into the club lounge and the gold members Concord room.
Approximately 26 track miles.
Don't forget to enter the members only giveaway inside that club lounge as well, Hayden, so click that pin message when you get access.
5,000 feet for 204 and 108.
EC38 Delta Romeo, nothing further. Unicom now 122, decimate, bye-bye.
Have I forgotten anything? That's all done. We've briefed the approach.
Easy 38 Delta Romeo, Unicom 122, decimate.
There goes the banana again, so we're just going to let the aeroplane settle.
Bye-bye.
We need to achieve AMDA.
Alpaca 15 Alpha Charlie, nothing further. Munch Unicom 122, decimate, bye-bye.
We have to be level at AMDA at flight level 160. So we're just making that with flight level change, look.
There.
Let's see. Captain Campbell, just whenever they get a chance, really. I'd imagine we're going to be vectored in, so it's going to be quite a fun, interesting approach. Signs on.
04, decent altitude 4,000 feet, the new QNH 1027 now.
Heard that.
Descend 4,000 feet and new QNH is 1027.
Let's refresh the ATIS, get the latest status. Information X-ray. Wow.
Skyways 419, Airbus A320 now. With information Whiskey descending flight level 160, inbound AMDA.
Skyways 419, go director, hello, landing 08 right, no delay. Squawk 4707.
Surface wind 360 at 9 knots. Transition level, flight level 70. I know what I've not done.
Skyway 419, landing 08 right, no delay. Squawk 4707.
Well, let me put it in anyway.
Ryanair 204, contact Gatwick director now 118.950, bye-bye.
Contact 118.950.
See, damn, yeah, the A380 is going to be a very long time away, though, just for information there.
Osprey 315 Delta, descent flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Osprey 315 Delta.
Gatwick director, good afternoon. Tomjet 409 and Heavy, Boeing 787-10 with information X-ray on board. Inbound KUNAV, KUNAV 1 Golf. Descending for flight level 160, level by AMDA.
Tomjet 409, carrier director, hello, landing 08 right, no delay. Make your speed 250 knots on conversion and 160 level AMDA is fine.
We'll go 08 right and expect no delay, 250 knots on conversion. Tomjet 409 a Heavy.
Gatwick director, Tomjet 490 Heavy.
Tomjet 490 Heavy, Gatwick director, hello, I'll call you back shortly.
Basil baby, welcome on board. Thanks for joining us as well. 2 new members today, nice. Swiss virtual pilot.
619, just checking your level, it should be flight level 70.
Have you noticed any FPS drops during long flights? No, not yet, he says. Let's keep in vertical speed mode.
Well, 619, Roger. You're indicating flight level 65 at the moment, but you can now descend altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1027.
Look at that, we're going to hit, we'll do 1,700 foot per minute, we'll hit 160 level by AMDA literally half a mile before. Just letting that speed creep down in vertical speed mode to 250. Is Phillips ahead?
I'm at flight level 220 and down to flight level 160 at KUNAV. Correction.
Mayfield's directly ahead.
Thank you. We're landing 08 right, no delay. Descent flight level 160 level AMDA and on conversion speed 250 knots.
Level flight level 160 at AMDA at 250 knots.
There's our flaps up marker, so actually we're going to have to go think about flaps
5,000 feet.
as we slow down further.
Descending 5,000 feet, 6 minutes.
Let's have a look here. That's all programmed. We're happy with the VNAV. That's not particularly great. We're going to be manually covering that, and that's all ready to go as well.
Royal 619, turn left heading 280 degrees, descent altitude 4.
We're waiting for Mayfield to come into range. Dave Ricker, yeah, busy as always. It's always nice to fly into Gatwick. This is the first time I've flown into Gatwick for months, just because the performance on the free air ones just hasn't been good enough for me. I've really been struggling with it. And I was finding that on approach of the freeway one, my sim would lock up for a couple of minutes.
315 Delta, turn left heading 285.
Which of course we didn't want.
Left 285, speed 220, osprey 315 Delta.
Tomjet 409, descend flight level 90.
Descend flight level 90, Tomjet 409.
Gatwick to London 5340. Are we still with you here? We're still on the heading.
Wow.
We crossed over to advisory.
Logan 5340, apologies. You can resume navigation.
124225.
122, decimal, bye-bye.
Okay, on navigation 22A 5340.
124 decimal 225.
619, contact Gatwick director.
In the box.
118.950.
118.950, right to
Oh.
next place, service and pick up.
Oh, we've got fin approach 11895.
Good afternoon, Golf Oscar Tango Hotel.
Golf. Hotel's push message.
Golf Oscar Tango Hotel.
Mike quality, he sounded like a Dalek, didn't he? Flight level change.
Golf, Oscar Tango Hotel, Roger, Squawk 3750, the basic service, Gatwick QNH 1027.
Squawk 3750, basic service, QNH 1027, thanks, Golf Oscar Tango Hotel.
Don't let me forget, when we get towards 7,000 we get a fee. I need to go to 1027 for the QNH. I'll quickly make a note of that, replace that one. 7,000 is the transition altitude. We'll select auto brake 2. Get rid of those speed brakes. Stupid plane. Stupid drone cam, I mean. It's very bright up here.
490, descend flight level 90.
Descend flight level 90.
Not too long left, guys, to get your entries in for today's giveaway, so don't forget to answer the question to be in with a chance to win a copy of the Origami Studios Gatwick Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
315 Delta, you have 28 track miles.
That question is, who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Right, ILSDME, runway 08 right, we've got Mayfield, Midhurst is tracking. Mayfield's now come online actually at 24 miles away. We're holding speed 250 quite nicely at the moment still, and we're gonna punch below 10,000 shortly. So those lights are ready to go. I'll just put the landing lights on when we hit 10,000.
Tomjet 409, turn left heading 290 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Left 290 degrees and descend flight level 80, Tomjet 409 heavy. Now we're on vectors. So now we're halfway through the star, but actually we're being vectored away now. I'm going to put the bank limiter onto its maximum possible option. We're heading down the south coast towards Brighton now. 8,000 set for flight level. We're about to pop below 10,000, so let's get the landing lights on. Here we go. Looking pretty good. Let's try and get some nice screenshots, shall we? On the way in. Shame about that being so washed out, it does kind of ruin it. Kind of makes me not want to take a screenshot. Hey ho.
Osprey 315 Delta, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000, Osprey 315 Delta.
Right. How are we doing? Speed still 250, we're below 10,000 now. Sure, I turned those off after departure. Oh well, ding the cabin, already dinged. I'll give him a double ding. You guys are going to have to listen out for in the near future some sounds that are coming soon to the EFB.
118.950, bye-bye.
118.950, call sign only, Osprey 315 Delta, thank you.
Tomjet 409, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, Tomjet 409.
Tomjet 490, turn left heading 290 degrees, descent flight level 80.
Commentator, I believe so, yes, sadly.
Descent flight level 290.
The sneaky men, thanks for subscribing, welcome on board.
Tomjet 490, just confirm the heading is 290 degrees.
290 degrees on the heading.
Don't forget guys, answer the question to get your chance on to win a copy of the new Origami Gatwick for MSFS. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? That's the question. Just pop your answer into the live chat once you've hit that subscribe button. Look at that. Oops. Captain said it's a low priority this, so maybe in the very near future. So we've been told flight level 70, anything below this now is going to be QNH, which is 1027. Keep an eye on the live chat as well, every now and again the Nightbot will put in an extra link, which is a Gleam IO link. Passing Mayfield, there it is. The VOR needle's moved away with it as well. Tracking that, we're going direct towards Willow and Midhurst VOR. The Gleam IO link will take you to a separate giveaway, which you guys of course want to enter as well. Don't miss out on that one. We are shifting along fast at this altitude.
Information X-rays current, report your aircraft type.
Might try a cheeky little,
08 right, no delay, Lufthansa 108.
cheeky little slow down to 240.
Lufthansa 108, thank you.
The giveaway question, Flight Radar. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation?
409, you have 28 track miles, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1027.
Descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1027 for Tomjet 409 Heavy.
Tomjet 490, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, Tomjet
1027, 1027, set. Minimums as well, we need to set that. Whoopsie, I knew I forgot something, guys. Let's quickly do that. 296, so we want 300.
Quick approach, good afternoon, Easy 130 Mike, with you, inbound.
300, set. Done.
6,000 feet.
There's an aeroplane, that little triangle there, look. There's TCAS in action. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator? That's the question for the giveaway. Thanks, William. Birdman, I think it's pretty good.
409, turn right heading 295, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, and the speed now 220 knots.
Right, 295 and 4,000 feet and speed 225 knots for Tomjet 409.
Tomjet 409, that might have been my mistake there, speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Tomjet 409, sorry.
No, all good. Easy 130 Mike, thank you. Landing 08 right, no delay. You can climb to flight level 80.
Climb flight
Good
level
cloud,
80,
pop.
confirm 08 right for landing.
Easy 130 Mike, 810.
Affirmative 08 right, 130 Mike.
Lufthansa 108,
That's so bright.
turn right heading 260 degrees, descent flight level 70.
Descending 70, right heading 260 degrees from Lufthansa 108.
Tomjet 409, contact Gatwick Director with the call sign only 118.950, bye-bye.
Contact Director, call sign only 118.950, Tomjet 409 Heavy, thanks ATC, bye.
Fair.
Gatwick Director, Tomjet 409 Heavy. 124225.
Tomjet 409 Heavy, Gatwick Director, hello there.
124225, so that's tower set ready to go. 1218 for ground. 12 pen 1218. What else? 220 set. We've got flaps 1 set, that's good, that's fine. Let's sort the range out. Getting vectored in.
315 Delta when established, speed 160 knots till 40.
Auto brake 2 set. Speed brake is armed.
160 to 40 in the Osprey 315 Delta.
Osprey 315 Delta, thanks. You can contact tower 124.
Missed approach was straight ahead till 2000, a 1 DME inbound, then a right turn onto a heading of 178 as directed. So missed approach will go up to 2000 as we descend on the glide. Everything else is ready, all the lights are on as required, seatbelt signs are on, anti-ice is on, all on auto. Down to 4000, we're on a speed of 220 ATC request.
409, descend to altitude 3000 feet and turn right heading 345.
3000 feet and right 345 degrees, Tomjet 409. Well, we're getting a short approach, guys. We're getting a right little shortcut, look. Right. Make sure you got your answers in, because I feel like we're going to be coming in really fast now for this final approach today. Under the ILS at the moment. Got that set, but just a quick check of that.
409, speed 180 knots, descend altitude 2000 feet.
Speed 180 knots and 2000 feet, Tomjet 409. It's 5. Neil, hello, hope you're okay. Aviation simulation, it's more of an issue the fact that the one that I've got, I can't get to work nicely, so that's why we're in a PH reg, not TUI UK, sadly. 2000 set, that's going to be our missed approach. Might be in a doofus here.
Tomjet 409, turn right heading 050 degrees. When established on the DOLEV, runway 08 right, descend with the glide.
Right 050 degrees, so when established 08 right, descend with the glide. Tomjet 409 Heavy. Final approach. Ah, nice, some nights next week. Flaps 1701. There we go. How many miles?
Tomjet 409, when established, speed 160 knots till 4 DME.
When established, speed 160 till 4, Tomjet 409. 160 till 4.
Gatwick Director, Tomjet 490 Heavy.
9 miles currently.
Tomjet 490, Gatwick Director, hello there. Descend altitude 3000 feet and turn right heading 340 degrees.
340 on the heading and 3000 feet on the flight level.
$160, we can't go much lower than this. Here we go, guys, the Payware Gatwick coming up. And not too long now to get your answers in, don't forget. So answer the following question correctly. Who did Origami Studios team up with in the creation of Gatwick Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Tomjet 4 409, contact tower 124.225, bye-bye.
Tower 124.225 for Tomjet 409 Heavy, thanks to the ATC, bye. Gatwick Tower, good afternoon, Tomjet 409 Heavy, established ILS 6 miles, 08, right to land.
Tomjet 409, good afternoon, Gatwick Tower, wind 360 degrees at 9 knots, runway 08 right, clear to land.
Clear land, Tomjet 409. 078. On the glides. (160 till 4). Laps 20. Let's go to the final one. Gear down. Here we go. Hope you guys are enjoying today's stream. Make sure you give us a like.
1,000.
Check. 157 for final approach. Oops, fat fingers. Half control. Flower in. Bit of a crosswind. Nice and stable at the moment. My throttle now as well, approaching minimums, so I'm controlling everything. We're on the ILS looking at the PFD, we've got 2 red, 2 white and a Pappies.
400.
Okay, continue.
300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Down. Interesting with the crosswind. Looks like we're coming off at Charlie Romeo. Hey, who's that?
Gatwick Tower, Transalgia 2992, Juliet 4.
Let's see here, trying to do a lot here.
Transalgia 29992, hello Gatwick Tower, via Juliet,
118,
line
oops,
up and wait,
broke it
runway
down.
08 right. Line up and wait, runway 08 right, Transalgia 29992.
There we go, that's a bit better.
Tomjet 409, welcome to Gatwick, contact ground 121.8.
Ground 121.8 for Tomjet 409 Heavy, thanks to the ATC, bye. Yeah, one of the things with the flight model is the fact it does float somewhat.
360 degrees at 9 knots, runway 08 right, clear for takeoff. Runway 08, I'll try my best.
North Shuttle 406, just caution the other aircraft, he's just having some issues, see if you can taxi around him.
Yeah, I got visual. No shuttle 406.
Gatwick ground, good afternoon, Tomjet 409 Heavy, vacated at Charlie 3, request taxi to gate. Beautiful scenery.
Tomjet 409, Roger, can you accept stand 42?
Hey firm.
Okay, hold position, I'll call you back.
What code, Tomjet 409?
Tomjet 409, stand 42 via Charlie, Alpha November, November and Kilo.
Ugh. Stand 42 via Charlie, Alpha November, November and Kilo, Tomjet 409 Heavy.
Tomjet 402, that's 802, that's British Juliet.
Tower 124.225, sorry.
So,
Tomjet 4 Delta Juliet, contact tower 124.225.
Stand 4-2. Oh, it smacked us right in the middle. So turning right. Got a little Norwegian there. Hello. Model matching looking sweet today. One of you guys that have entered today going to be in with a chance to win this scenery that you're checking off today. So you're seeing it for the first time. Let us know your thoughts. It's beautiful scenery by Origami Studios. Nice to see it alive with some traffic on VATSIM as well, of course. And I can actually fly in without it locking up my entire sim, which is obviously a big bonus. Strobes are off, taxi lights are on, they're all good, we'll turn that one off. Status, APU's on 100. Alpha November. November's coming up here, thank goodness for taxi signs. Charlie Alpha November, November, and then Kilo. So turning. Eric indeed, but we don't have a 737-800 in the sim, sadly. Yeah, frames per second at the moment in the 787. It's about 25 to 30 for me at the moment with my system spec, and that's running everything on Ultra. Got Wizz A320 near there, Air Canada A320 as well, nice. Got to be a long journey in those seats. And of course the infamous bridge. Everything's less shiny and sort of cartoony looking, as you guys probably have noticed. It looks very different. Looks very, very different to the freeware version. That glass is stunning. Look at that.
Read back the SID please, it's an Oddvig 2 Zulu, Squawk 5015.
What's that gonna be? Yeah, look at that. Osprey 787. Sweet. So, stand 4-3 is ahead. 4-2 is this one.
5015.
So a little bit of wiggle going on here. Could turn the taxi light off as well.
Ground Shuttle 16 Alpha, good afternoon. We're at stand 101 with information X3. We're on A320 Neo for clearance to Edinburgh, please.
Shuttle 16.
Yeah, it's a big difference, isn't there, between the two sceneries. Both obviously very good.
Lambourne 5 Papa Squawk 4462.
Jack's loving this by the sounds of it.
We're to Edinburgh, Lambourne 5 Papa Squawk 4462, and we have the QNH.
There's the line.
Shuttle 16 Alpha.
Shuttle 16 Alpha, your read back here is correct. Break North Shuttle 406. Tower 124.225.
Big long aeroplane, of course, so turning to try and keep the main wheels on the line, like so.
Gatwick ground, Tomjet 490 Heavy is holding 26 left Delta 1.
Tomjet 490, Gatwick ground, good afternoon. Backtrack 26 right, Alpha November, November Kilo, stand 41.
Done. Commentator here, it's about £12, maybe £15 with...
Backtrack 26 right.
Is it £15 with...
November Kilo, stand 4141.
With VAT? About 15 quid. Very reasonable, really.
Okay, backtrack 26 right, Alpha November, November.
Beacon
Kilo,
off.
stand 41.
CD belts.
All correct.
Let's just pop that on. Why not, hey? And if you've not seen this, we'll draw the winner now as well, by the way. We're on stairs. Wonder if it spawns it here. It does. Look at that. They've thought of it all. Even the remote stands. Catering. This is the latest version, 1.2.4 of the toolbar pushback mod, and what it actually includes is fully controllable ground services now, so the stairs will stay in place until I click it again to get rid of them. Really good. Right, good luck to everybody that's taken part today. I hope you are all really looking forward to finding out who's won. There we go, look at that. Excuse the pink livery over there. The fault lights Monty are stuck on at the moment. Winner, winner, Boeing dinner. Let's find out. We've got 103 entries today. Yeah, we could do a stairs at the back as well. It's a long disembarkation for the people at the rear. So good luck to everybody. Hope you've all enjoyed this. Astro, sadly, just a little late for the entry because the engines are shut down.
Good afternoon, KLM48 Charlie with you, 737 stand 106 with Yankee.
Darren, to purchase the Gatwick scenery, all you want to do is check out Jay Newbury. Congratulations, you're the winner of this fantastic scenery by Origami Simulations, Origami Studios. To purchase the scenery, guys, if you want it, then you can click the link in the description for today's stream, or bear with me and I will get you the link. Stand by.
KLM48 Charlie, you're cleared to Rotterdam, frame 1 Zulu, school 6370.
Frame 1 Zulu off 08 right, squawking 6370, KLM48 Charlie.
KLM48 Charlie.
And I've messed up. Brilliant, spelt here wrong. So congratulations to Jay, of course, for winning. Is there anything you guys want to see while we're here of this scenery, by the way? Beautiful scenery, it's fantastic.
You've gone completely the wrong way. Take any available stand on Juliet.
Where are you going, David?
Roger, any available stand.
Love it.
Okay, was that easy 1389?
Yes, easy 1389.
There we go, that's some bad parking by company traffic there.
Easy 1389.
Chief pilot, I'll have a word post stream. Guys, don't forget, tomorrow we are back in the Airbus A320neo, the fly-by-wire mod, and back in with the custom fly-by-wire flight plan manager branch. And we're going to be heading from Barcelona with some beautiful Latin VFR scenery, all the way down to some brand spanking new Marrakesh scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And it is really, really nice. So you guys don't want to miss that. It looks fantastic. Palm trees and everything. Could you show the external gates over by the Boeing hangar?
KLM48 Charlie, stand 106, ready, push and start.
Zip.
KLM
Sure.
Charlie, KNH 1027, push through, face west.
1027, face west, KLM48 Charlie.
These ones. Let's see, drone cam, zoomed over it way too fast. There we go. Even these have got some nice details on them. Yeah, £12 plus VAT, so about £15 effectively. David, yeah, bit of a tight fit, just a bit. And of course, they've got the ground power unit bits here as well, which is a really nice little feature. Crocodile GPU stuff. Oh, the far trainer and the Herald to the west. You guys want to see that? These bits, it's all there.
Easy 1389, push your pre, face west.
Basil, the link to tomorrow's scenery is in the live stream description for tomorrow. What else have we got here to go and see? We'll have a little scoot over back towards the airport. We'll just do like a little helicopter style flyby so you guys can see the scenery. There's a British IFK 320 neo there, love it. Aviation simulation, let's see the north terminal entrance. Anything in particular?
Hey, firm.
Roger, will bend.
I really like this one. You can see I've got very sort of good on performance by comparison, which I like. And the textures are stunning. I mean, look at that. Little easy nestled in there. So, North Terminal, Aviation Simulation wanted to see the entrance area. Got the car park. There you go. How's that? Glass is stunning how it reflects. There we go. So congratulations to Jay, of course, again, and you've got 24 hours to either email me on BritishAvGeek1@gmail.com, a channel email address, or via Discord, pinging us on Discord and claiming your prize. Thanks to everybody else for taking part. I hope you've enjoyed it. Don't forget to give us a little thumbs up and like before you head off. Stay subscribed. We've got more giveaways coming soon, especially as we near 10,000 subscribers. I'm going to be doing 2 days worth of sort of party style celebration streams with you guys. Group flights as well, of course. Make sure I've screenshotted Jay's winner prize there. Tomorrow we're heading to Marrakesh for the very first time on the sim, I believe, and we've got that new Perfect Soft Studios Marrakesh Menara scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator to check out, departing from the Latin VFR Barcelona, which is one of the best Payware sceneries you can get at the moment. So end to end stunning scenery and a really nice flight tomorrow down the down the east coast of Spain, past Gibraltar, and then down to the North Africa. Hope you all enjoy the rest of today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. And welcome, of course,
Juliet 4 via Kilo, Romeo and Juliet for Ken.
to Hayden and Basil, our brand new channel members. Thank you very much, guys, for supporting the stream, and Randolph Slaven for your super chat as well. Really appreciate all of your support, guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, and as always, thanks for watching.
Juliet Tango 26 right, hold Juliet 7. Taxi hold Juliet 7 flight, Kilo Romeo, Juliet Tango 26 right, hold Juliet 7. We're back to the KLM. You're up to the KLM 13 taxi.
Lufthansa 108, is it okay if we take stand 37? Because for us this is static aircraft in 38.
Yeah, no problem at all. Approved.
Thank you very much.
Always a bugger when you have a static aircraft on your stand. I remember those days.
Yeah, I have no clue how to disable it in FS 2020.
That is noted for future though.